Your construction smells of corruption.
Here we go.
Manipulates to recreates. This air to go around saga. Gotta launder my karma. Gotta launder my karma.
It's not letting me connect. It's not letting me connect. Stand by. The show from last night's playing. It's not letting me connect. Stand by. I just rebooted the software. Here we go. Got it.
Your construction smells of corruption. Manipulates to recreates. This air to go around saga. Gotta launder my karma. Gotta launder my karma.
Live from the broken down, low-rent, sleazy, double greasy pirate radio Nut Hut Studios, it's time for the very first ever Southern...
CPR Street Gang, this is all mighty. Standing by, over. CPR Street Gang, this is all mighty. Standing by, over.
Right now, it's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines...
Clocks run out. Time's up.
Wind is blowing cold and dark. On the road and no way out. Broken hearts, a smoking gun. On the run. On the run.
What's the problem?
It smells like fish in here.
What is that? What was that? Some sort of signal? Huh? Is that a signle?
No.
You wearing a wire?
No, it really does smell like fish in here.
You're a damn cop, ain't you? That's it. Show these guys what we do to cops.
Say hello to the devil for me!
Behind you! I've been hit! Pablo, kill them! Kill them! Make your guts bust like the devil himself!
We both shine. If I rule the world. Still living for today in these last days The way to be paradise life relaxing. Black, Latino, and Anglo-Saxon. I'm on the exchange, the range. Cash, lost tribe of Shabazz. Free at last, brand new whips to crash. Then we laugh in the illa path. The villa houses for the crew, how we do. Trees for breakfast, dime sexes and bench stretches. So many years of depression make me vision the better living. Type of place to raise kids in. Opening eyes to the lies. History's told foul, but I'm as wise as the old owl. Plus the gold child, seeing things like I was controlling. Click rolling, tricking.
It's Aftermath FM. It's Friday night.
Every savage. Give me one shot, I turn tripe life to lavish. Political prisoner, set free, stress free. No work release, purple M3s and jet.
We got something pretty interesting planned tonight. Stick around, fasten those seatbelts for this one. It's gonna get crazy.
You're sick, all right. What's wrong with you now, Prince Charming? I got an earache. Earache, my eye. How would you like a butt ache? Now get your little fanny out of that bed and clean up this room. It looks like a pigsty. You hear me? All right, that's enough. That's enough. You pushed me far enough, young man. You're getting punished. Now stand up. No. I said stand up. Hey, let go of my hair, man. Now, young man, I have talked to you and talked to you and talked to you till I'm blue in the face, and I'm done talking to you. Good. Does that mean you're done spitting on me, too? Shut up. I'm not done talking to you. Now turn around and bend over. What are you going to do, you pervert? Pervert? Why you snotty? Shut up. I haven't even...
Epic Journeyman. Now you da.
I am here.
Excellent.
But you know what? Hearing that Cheech and Chong skit, I was ready to go grab my old albums, break out the record player.
I talk to you.
Awesome.
I talk to you and talk to you till I'm blue in the face and I'm done talking to you. Good. Does that mean you're done spitting on me too? Epic Journeyman, I've talked to you and talked to you till I'm blue in the face, and I haven't even begun talking to you yet. It's good to see you, man. Looks like you got the flames of Hades are following you in here on the Hawaii 5-0 theme. It's good to see you, man. How you doing after last night? Did you have yourself?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah. Did you have yourself a couple of brews yesterday for Veterans Day?
I did, actually.
Yeah, I know.
Yep,
I can tell. So you were having a good time last night, and so were we. And if you haven't caught that, you can find that over there on the Aftermath FM. Want to remind you, for $79 a year, you can become a member and have access to all of the fine, peer-reviewed materials, like Clyde Lewis was saying earlier. So everybody's over there as your peers, you know. So go over there with like-minded people. You can see what's going on. You can get involved. There's like a social media type aspect to it. There's all kinds of great stuff, posts. Everybody's posting stuff, news that you don't see anywhere else. You can find over there. It's not that it's not anywhere else. It's just all in one place, and that's the place to be over there. Aftermath FM, $79 a year. Come on in, find out, and get it on. So Rockin' Rio is here tonight. Doc McCarran is here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Bruce McDonald is here tonight. Epic Journeyman is here. You're here. We're all here. It's gonna get crazy, I'm telling you, because Rock and Rio, just come in. I can't get Bridget. I can't get Bridget to get out here right now, but you need to come in and just let's get this let's set this table here for everybody, because now there was a particular conversation that happened on video between Doc Kevin McCarran and this broadcaster. And so basically you went to work on the audio, didn't you? So you're going to be bringing that to the table in the Reverse Perverse Circus, and we also have Doc McCarran here, who is actually on the tape. He's going to hear himself in reverse for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, he has not heard what's on here. He has no idea. So he's coming in like a warrior, because he has no idea what he says in reverse. So it's always a precarious situation, isn't it, Rio? When people stand for their reverse speech in person, isn't that?
Yeah, it is. It's always an interesting moment to see the look on their face when they hear themselves and go, "Wow, I said that," or hopefully it's not a look of horror, but I don't think it will be tonight.
No, I don't think so either. Based on some of the things that you were, cluing me in on, that's in there. So look, let's not waste any time. Bruce McDonald, are you there? From the Talameca Mountains in Costa Rica. Bruce, are you there?
Present.
Excellent.
Present.
All right. Well, let's get Doc McCarran in here. Doc McCarran, the outlaw neurologist. Doc McCarran, are you there?
I am here.
All right.
I hope you can hear me.
Well, we can hear you great. You sound absolutely fantastic. Anyway, so here we are. Honestly, Rio, normally we wait till the second hour for this, but I've been on the edge of my seat. I'm sure the doc has. Why keep people waiting? Why don't you do this? Why don't you get it together there, and then I'll get your thing together over here. Why don't you give everybody a preview of what we're going to be talking about on the Reverse Perverse, and I'll get the Reverse Perverse machine in order over here.
Okay, well, as we said, Doc was on another talk show about a week or so ago, and brought to the table his findings when he did his own testing with the jab.
Right.
After testing his own blood.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, let's just say the host was less than cordial in certain respects.
Unprofessional,
yeah.
That's
the one thing that I noticed is he would say something and the host would try to twist his words and put other words in his mouth. And I didn't like that. So I decided that I'd see what he was made of in reverse. And, he likes to follow the law like all the rest of them do.
Mm-hmm. So there is some congruency, but it's not in reverse with what he's saying going forward. It's congruent and with a bunch of other people in reverse that seem to have an affinity for Satan. So let's, before we get too far into it, man, we'll just, let's get ready, man. Let's get situated. Snap your collar, bro. Dust off your shoulders, because here we go, man. The time has come. It's Friday night. There's been a lot of talk about the devil all week. Satan. Everyone's screaming about Satan. The time has come for Rockin' Rio's Reverse Perverse Circus. It's time to shout at the devil.
Always overpowered the evils of all man's sins. But in time, the nations grew weak, and our cities fell to slums, while evil stood strong. In the dusts of hell, the blackest of hates, for he whom you fear awaits you. Now, many, many lifetimes later, lay destroyed, beaten down, only the corpses of rebels, ashes of dreams and blood-stained streets. It has been written that those who have the youth have the future. So come now, children of the beast, be strong and shout at the devil.
It's Aftermath FM. Rockin' Rio. Are you ready to shout at the devil?
I am.
Excellent. Well, come on in here, come on board, and get the ball rolling, brother.
All right, so I have a bunch of clips pulled out of this in kind of a particular order here, and basically I want to kind of go through the first part of this. It'll be both of you, both Stu Peters and Kevin McCarran.
Yeah, sorry you're gonna have to listen to yourself, Doc. I know it's painful. I hate when I have to. I hate when I have to do it. But Bruce and Epic Journeyman, make sure you guys are lively here in some of this discussion about what we're gonna hear. Go ahead, Rock and Rio.
Hi yo.
All right, so
Somebody's lively back there.
yeah, you got to look lively back there. Let's see. Hold on a second here. I got to get my clip rolled up. Here we go. All right. So this is the point where you talk over him a little bit here, but he says, "I fear all the sick. They're marked for this, our God now, our fear. But first hear this, serve the devil." And I'll play the forward of it first, and then we'll get into the reverse part.
Thank you. Because I was gonna say, please play the forward. I got to hear this. Go ahead.
So here goes the forward.
I mean, there's hundreds of brave frontline doctors that have come forward and said that this is what we have found.
Okay, right. So he's kind of said, yes, I've agreed. And here we go. I'll slow it down a little bit, and we'll go backwards.
All
right, I fear all the sick. They're all marked for this, our God now.
Frontline doctors that have come forward and said that this is what we have found.
All right, and then it says, our fear. First hear this, serve the devil.
I heard it in there.
Right, the last one I got.
Yeah, I heard it. I
I
heard this.
Yeah.
I heard the serve the devil, but there's because the doc is talking too over the top. Is that both of them? Is the doc saying anything over the top in reverse at the same time?
Yes, he is, and that's what makes this one a little interesting.
Well, I mean, there's hundreds of brave.
So hold on a second. So say again what it was said there, because like I said, I didn't catch it. Some people don't catch it. So what did he say?
All right, it's what he says forwards or backwards?
Backwards.
He says, I fear all the sick. They are marked for this, our God. Now our fear first. Hear this, serve the devil.
Okay. So what is the doc saying in reverse over the top of what he's saying?
All right, so here I'll roll the forward again, and then we'll get the doc part in reverse.
Frontline doctors that have come forward and said that this is what we have found.
Right? Okay, you said I have, and I agree. So here's the reverse.
I said that this is what we have found.
And in reverse, right there, you say I hear you. Where you said I agree forward, you went I hear you in reverse.
Again, please.
This is what we have found.
That's forward. I agree.
I hear you.
I hear you.
I heard it, man. I hear you.
I thought it said I feel you, but yeah, very close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
So there, that's kind of like what we found is when people are speaking backwards, the what you say forwards relates to what you say backwards.
Right. So
I have a really good example of you doing that a little later on.
Why don't you? Let's hold on a second. Slow your roll a little bit, because some people might not be hip to what reverse speech is and what the difference is between backmasking and reverse speech. Let me fill people in real quick. Or go ahead, Rio. Tell everybody real quick. Just fill people in. Why is it different, reverse speech, from a natural speech? Why is that different than backmasking?
Well, backmasking is intentional. The reverse speech that we're looking at is what comes out of your subconscious in the backwards direction when you're speaking forward.
And so that's how some people. Mr. Oates was the pioneer in this field, I think, for a lot of years. And so he determined that when the speech in reverse is incongruent, it means that there may be some sort of dishonesty there. So when you say incongruent, it means in forward I say I have a black dog, but in reverse I say my dog is white.
Or you say your dog is dead.
Or yeah,
or
or
you know,
something
that disagrees. Yeah.
Right. Go ahead. Okay, so there it is.
It's basically in some ways it's an excellent lie detector. In other ways, it will expose you for what you really are. You know, if you're a liar, or a cheater, or a devil worshiper, or whatever, it does tend to roll out in reverse. And if you're honest and telling the truth, then what you say forward will be congruent with what you're saying backward.
There you go. All right, so that's a simplified explanation, so you can blast into the rest of your presentation. You got about 9 minutes before the break, so go ahead.
Let's hear that the double part again.
You want to hear the double part again?
That bit was pretty clear, even without sort of prompting. That popped out at me.
So there was no pareidolia for you then. It wasn't because we said it that you heard it. You heard it.
Well, again, I heard it. You'd said it, so again, I'm primed, I guess. So
yeah. That's the problem with some of this is that people say, "See, man, because you said it, that made me hear it." But see, that's the difference between us and Rio. Is like he listens to so much of this stuff that he hears it, and you know, to him it's clear as a bell, but to me it's not. And so that's the way it is for a lot of audience members. That's also why certain frequencies work on certain people for mind control, and they don't work on other people. It's the same kind of thing.
Some people can be hypnotized,
exactly.
And some people can't.
That was exactly the next point I was going to make. Some people can be hypnotized, some people can't. Exactamundo.
Yeah,
so,
there's just to pull it into more sort of grounded science. So there's an art to doing what I do in neurophysiology, which is listen to neurons electrically, right?
Right.
So in listening, the electrical activity is just converted to pops, basically, that you amplify and listen to. But you know, when I first started doing it, and people would be like, "Oh, that's such and such a neuron," because I'd never heard that type of thing before. I was like, I can't distinguish the difference unless it was really gross differences from like going from gray into white matter. You know, again, you have to tune an ear. So I understand if sorry, it was Stu.
So yeah, no, it's Rio.
Rio.
Yeah.
No, Stu is the douchebag.
Just I wasn't prepped for this. I was just
no, yeah, that's what's
it's
it's fantastic.
Yeah, sorry.
But the correlation that you're making there is good, especially if when you're saying at first, when you heard those sounds, they didn't mean as much to you because other people had listened to them more than you, and they could recognize things that you couldn't hear. But as time's gone by, now you listen to that same sound, and you know exactly what's going on just right off the top of your head, like you're speaking another language kind of a thing. That's maybe that's how I'm interpreting what you're saying.
Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah. And I can make the exact analogy for being a submarine sonar tech. That's exactly how that works. Like there are sounds that I can hear. I know exactly what they are. I know, you know, it's a low pressure brine pump. I know it's a, you know, prop noise. I know whatever, right? And and the same thing with seeing it on the screen, it was squiggly lines to most people, but I know exactly what it is, right? So in terms of the auditory aspect, though, that's right. Like you start to recognize things just like learning language.
All right.
Well, I mean, think of it like this too. I mean, even animals, right? The dog. 100 cars can go down the street, but when your car is coming down the street, the dog's waiting at the door for you because it knows the difference in the sound of the engine.
And you definitely know the system and the sound of reverse speech. Like to you, it's like speaking French or something. You just hear it, you know, and you know.
Well, I think he's going to be. You're going to be pleasantly surprised. When I get to the one, you spoke very, very clearly in reverse. I'm sure you'll hear it without any prompting. And when I get to that particular one, I will not tell you what it says and see if you can pick it up because that's a little bit closer to the end.
Sounds good, man. All right, so we got about 5 minutes before the break. Go ahead, bro.
All right, so let's see. The next one here, we'll pull up. Let me mute it so you don't get all the noise. Yes, I have them all timestamped so that I can find them fairly easy.
No worries. You know what, man? Why don't you get that lined up? Let's go to break right now and get it over with, so it's not hanging over our head like the sword of Damocles. This is Aftermath FM. We're shouting at the devil with Rock and Rio's Perverse Circus right here, right now.
When your doctor tells you you have bad cholesterol or blockages in the arteries, what do? When diet and exercise is not enough, we try medications and hope for the best. For the last 2 decades, I have been telling people about a natural method to help solve these problems and more. Extendivite can help maintain cardiovascular health and lower blood lipid levels in adults. The 7 herbs in Extendivite are known to work together synergistically to get the results we hope for. There are many testimonials on Extendivite's effect on circulatory-related ailments. Get Extendivite today to start your journey back to a healthier life. To order, call 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com or see us on amazon.com.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
Monday through Friday, 10:30 Pacific, you'll find us right here. The elusive unicorn of the alternative media, the underground, the alternative to the alternative. It's not your granddaddy's late night. No. It's Aftermath FM in stereo. We're shouting at the devil with Rock and Rio's Perverse Circus. Rock and Rio, are you ready?
I am ready.
Fire at will, sir.
Okay, so one of the things I guess I should bring up in this is because you are both doing this somewhat organically out of your subconscious. Sometimes there's just garbled nonsense in between, and then there's a phrase, and then there's some more garbled nonsense in between, and then there's another phrase. So this is now a little bit in a different spot, but this is your response to where he says, our fear first hear this, serve the devil. You come back to him and say, and you can live with Satan. Oh, is that the answer? So here's the forward.
Don't hear it.
In the few minutes,
hang on.
If we're going to move the needle, that we're precise about what it is that we're looking at.
All right, so you're precise what it is that you're looking at. And the reverse here says, and you can live with Satan. Oh, is that the answer?
Wow. That's pretty,
I can hear it in there when you say it, yeah.
That was pretty clear, Doc. That was pretty clear. I mean, even I heard that one. Go ahead. Do that. Run it again, Rio. Let's listen to it again.
Precise about what it is that we're looking at.
Wow. So Rio, what is your written down phrase that's being said right there?
It says, and you can live with Satan. What was the answer? Because that was his response to the other one with the
devil. So what is he?
Devil. Serve the devil. And he says, well, you could live with Satan.
Wow. So why don't you do that? Read me the other dude, what he said, and then read what the doc said back to him in reverse. So read what he said in reverse, and then what the doc said to him in reverse.
He said, I fear all the sick. They're all marked for this, our God now. Our fear, first hear this, serve the devil. So there's a little bit of stuff in between, and then Kevin comes back and says, and you can live with Satan. Is that the answer?
Badass. That's a pretty good one, man. I definitely did hear it. All right, man. Continue, bro, please.
All right, so it's going to take me a second here to jump to the next one.
Yeah, no worries. So, Bruce McDonald. Now, I know you don't particularly like listening to the reverse speech, but I know that you...
Wow. I'll tell you this. I got to remind Epic, Rio here of the old Jesuit maxim, you know. You can only work so long in a leper colony, Rio.
Oh, well, yeah.
You can only hang out at the barbershop so long before you get a haircut?
No, you're going to get leprosy sooner or later.
You'll get a haircut sooner or later, too. I think there's another one about the whorehouse, too. You don't read the newspaper at the whorehouse.
Yeah.
For long.
You know, my wife says every time you invoke the devil's name, you call him. And so she kind of beat it out of me.
Well, you know what? I was bringing this up yesterday, and I was saying, look, if I was the devil's PR man, I mean, it's rolling fat and deep for the devil because, I mean, everybody's talking about Satan 100 times in every conversation, and there's rarely ever a mention of the word Jesus anywhere. Which is,
I think I've actually only come across one person who said something about faith in Jesus.
In reverse?
In reverse, yes.
I don't think I've ever.
In a positive light.
Well, what's really funny to me, and it's interesting to me, is that from the reverse speech that you've done over the last year, and the way that whole speeches and paragraphs, Biden drop a speech, Trump drop a speech, and in reverse, there's paragraph after paragraph of reverse speech. It's like it's like straight up another speech in reverse for all the demons that are listening or whatever. It's literally uncanny. And I know you were telling me some earlier of some of the stuff you found here, and there's some pretty lengthy statements that are being made in this conversation too. But
it's interesting you brought that up because the next one is also the doc, and it is one of the longest ones in here.
Nice.
And look at him. He doesn't know what to think.
Hey, man, I swear to God, there's nothing worse than, to be confronted with your reverse speech without knowing what it says. You don't know he doesn't know what he's going to say in reverse. He may something that makes
there's something, that you could say that there's a psychological basis for it, right? So often when you're speaking, right, you know who you're speaking to, and in effect, you're pre-processing your speech. So
exactly.
This actually happens in Tourette's, right? So
wow. Really?
So yeah. So there's your mind is running through all these symbolic elements of speech, right? That you need to convey to another person. And often what's embedded in that is input from other regions of the brain that normally you can suppress, right? There's a limbic regions and there are places involved with, intense emotion. And that's why it's called coprolalia is one of the hallmark symptoms of Tourette's, right? So they'll just suddenly, drop and they'll just go, oh, nice to see you, fuck you, right? And it's, in a way you can, there's a solid step from which to start. I would say you could take this, and once you developed machine learning to be able to pick out those phrases, like what Rio is doing, Okay, and he just trains that up. Then a machine could literally begin to pick that out, right? And this is it's intriguing.
Wow.
Right?
You know what? This is absolutely one of the most fantastic radio moments for me ever. And that is that maybe you and Rio could get together and you could develop something, because this is interesting. And believe me, there is a lot of evidence to prove that your subconscious speaks through you in reverse. And I'm just saying, over the last year, just the shows we've done in the last year. Well, let's get to it, man. Let's get to the doc. Doc, this is really cool. That was really cool that you found a correlation there. So you're saying, as we're pre-processing, that would be the reason why our subconscious would be being either congruent or non-congruent. In other words, we process it in our brain, but we decide to lie outwardly, but inwardly we know it's a lie. You know what I mean? It's interesting.
Well, it would be the same as a poker tell, right? In a way.
Yeah, and what the doc's saying is, if you could get together with the doc and train an AI to do it, while like a learning type of general intelligence learning AI type of thing would be able to pick out what you pick out. And what trips me out even more, Doc, is I'll bet you that what you just brought to the table there is already well known, and these speeches are written specifically because of what's going to be said in reverse, so that an AI could write a speech so that the intonation phonetically would make the words come out in reverse. We've talked about that before. So what do you think about that?
I just to add, I don't want to spoil Rio's
no, you're not. No.
Yeah, but there's I just wonder whether the written word is more neutral, right? Because it requires the internal processing of the individual, and for them to sort of hang their own ego baggage, if you like, around the meaning. It's why people can defer different meanings from the same the same text, right?
Right.
You're sort of seeing that happen right now.
Right.
In the science domain.
So you're saying that, like, for example, the person who's doing the reverse speech may have a bias of some kind, and so they'll hear a word to be a certain way.
No, that someone who would be able to. Streamer's gone. What?
No, you're still here with us.
Yeah, you're here with us.
Yeah, I just.
It's over on his. My YouTube stream is going in and out too. Anyways,
mine is
okay. Go ahead. You take
going
care
on my channel. But anyway, the point being that it will depend on the subjective interpretation and expression of the individual as to what's written in the speech. So a speech writer, it would be independent of the person who actually wrote the speech down in text, unless it was something really obvious.
Well, but there's this and this stuff. This is details about this that you wouldn't know unless you got an interest in it and started to look at it. But the English language is one that's unique in a lot of ways as far as reverse speech is concerned. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff around Aleister Crowley telling people to, walk in reverse, read in reverse, speak in reverse. So there's this whole thing. There's a whole thing that's around this. So Rio has he's got an app for his phone. Well, Rio, why don't you tell the doc about the app so you can speak into the app, right? And explain.
You can speak into it forward and just play it backward, or you can do it on your computer or whatever too. And I've experimented a little bit with it, with changing the inflection or the duration of what you're saying to make it sound more to what it's supposed to say in reverse. Like you can find a happy medium between the front being clear and the back being clear, so you can understand them both. And the other thing that's a note with these especially the politicians and their long-winded speeches and stuff. I do believe that there's a spiritual aspect to it too. I think that there's These people who are truly evil have other things speaking through them sometimes. You know, that's
well, see,
I don't know if you agree with that or not, but it certainly seems that way.
Well, for me, from a conceptual standpoint, so from just conceptually, if a word is formed, it has an intonation around it. And so, for example, a speech analysis of your way you speak, how you speak, a computer could easily pick out the way you say words, the way you intone, and you know when you're saying something, it could easily do what you're saying that you can do, by you can say something forward because you know it's going to say something in reverse. Okay, because you know that the way you say that forward, it'll come out in reverse. It'll be saying the other thing. It's like when you.
Well, I'm sure there's certain sets of phrases that that keep coming up. Like the one we hear from everybody is serving the law.
Exactly. That's
everybody serves the law.
That's what
every single one of these people does it.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Aside from what Doc was talking about, that all of these people in reverse, they speak about things that are congruent in the sense that subjectively what they're talking about is all the same. They keep bringing up the law, they keep bringing up Satan, they keep bringing up all these same things over and over and over again. So and they're separate people. But I mean, I'm under the impression that at this point, there's no doubt in my mind that an AI could definitely do this. Could
pick it out.
Well, could take a person, how they talk, and write a speech for that person that when they talked, and it would come out in reverse.
Oh yeah, we think that happened with a couple of people we did. I mean, it was just too well put together. In fact, the one with Trump way back when he first got out of the hospital had all those weird things about it, where he talked in cadences he doesn't know when he's speaking, and in reverse it said those things. You know, it's that makes perfect sense. In the case of this serving the law thing, you're almost certainly referring to the Book of the Law, Crowley's book. You know, so that's Salima, right? So that seems to be the common thread.
And we will get some serving the law in here too.
Well, let's get on with it. I mean, I was trying to give Doc a little bit more ammo, because you know he's coming in cold. Because realistically, and I'm really super interested in what you have to say about all this too, Doc. I mean, that was really great what you just brought up a moment ago. Because most of the time, you know, these shows get done, and there's nobody like you around for us to even, you know, consult with, or to find out if we, you know, if we're blue sky and what we're thinking is the brain even capable of what we're talking about. And I mean, you know how the brain works, and I mean, people can be dishonest. People do say something or show you a face or say words, but when behind their eyes they think you're an asshole. You know what I mean? And so like in reverse speech, if you're having a conversation with somebody that thought you were an asshole, they'd be telling you how nice you are in forward, and then when we ran in reverse, the guy be going, "Hey, you're an asshole," you know, like that. So I mean, it's Rock and Rio, roll that tape, bro, because we've been talking about it. Let's just get into it. Let the Doc hear what it was. He was stalling, weren't you, Doc? You know, you didn't want. All right, go ahead, Rio.
All right, so I'm gonna roll the clip forward. This is actually one of your longer ones. And it's really interesting. It's the backwards will say, "I fear his effort is to now making a sick man for a snare, dismissing it. The sun, earth counts on it. This is now our intimate system. I believe, and here we are, that you be him." This is the earth made our body, and he asked this. And then he mocks it. And worse, the beast he offers is death.
Dude, you know what else too?
That was, it sounds crazy.
You know, Doc, this show's got a pretty big listenership. You could have your Mensa membership revoked if you keep hanging around here.
Dude, no. Hey, Rio. So the thing is, I want to point out that Zuckerberg in reverse last week about the metaverse, he had also mentioned the word snare.
Yes.
He also mentioned the word snare, and I heard the word tonight on Clyde Lewis's show, his guest said there's snares on the internet, which is literally unbelievable, man. Because last week we heard it in reverse from him, snare, and we actually talked about that word, a trap, to catch you, to get you into a psychological operation, social engineering thing. And then here it is. Here's the doc talking about snares. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get excited about the snare, but
Well, there's a well, even in the snare, I forget the exact verse, but there's a verse in the Bible where he says, you'll not get caught up in the serpent's snare.
Trippy. There you go.
Indeed.
Maybe somebody else could dig that up.
All right, Epic Journeyman. See if you can find that while Rockin' Rio. Now roll this tape. Now is this clear? I mean, are we gonna hear that?
Yeah, it's clear.
Sounds
it's
like
definitely
sounds like the doc waxes poetic in reverse, dude. I mean, that was pretty cool. You should type that up, put it on a piece of parchment.
Yeah, he does. He does. All right, so here I'll roll the forward first, and then I'll go piece by piece through the back.
There's a 5G control network that's coming to take your body and brain. Maybe. I work in that field. I'm a systems neuroscientist, and I've put lots of things into the brains of monkeys and humans to affect behavior.
All right, so you're talking about being in that field and what you've done, right? So
yeah,
it says, I fear his effort is to now make a sick man for a snare.
Okay, I
get the snare at the end and a bit at the beginning. The bit in the middle.
I'll do it again. I'll slow it down.
Brains of monkeys and humans to affect behavior.
All right, let's slow you down a bit here. Should be good.
I fear
his effort is now for making a sick man for a snare. It says, dismissing it, the sun, earth counts on it.
Okay, hold on. Sick man for a snare is what is causing people to step up for the injectable, because they use the sick man as a rag doll to scare people to get them to put this in their arm, and that was the snare. So that's what I'm taking out of that. Go ahead, man.
All right, so here we go. Dismissing it, the sun, earth count on it, and this is now our intimate system.
Dismissing it, the sun, earth count on it. This is now our intimate system.
Okay, and it says, I believe, and here we are. You be him.
We are. You be him.
The earth made our body, and he asked this, and he mocks it. And worse, the beast he offers it death.
Ja, made our body, yes, this new macht it. And was he's off as that in the
So that's just kind of an interesting one. They're the one, the earth. I thought it was weird with the sun, the earth, and you said it's our intimate system, and that's the same place where you're explaining that you're a scientist and you follow the scientific method and work on things in that respect. So it's a bit of a congruency. Still not as good as the ones I've got for a little bit later. But let's get into the other guy there. Our evil
Mr.
friend.
If I throw a $50 bill in your office and you don't find it, does that mean it's not there? That guy?
Yeah, well, I have that too, the $100 bill statement.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something interesting there. I wouldn't be doubting that.
Oh, yeah.
I know there is because you told me already. It's not because I'm psychic. But anyway, it's Aftermath FM. Don't forget, Monday through Friday, 10:30 Pacific, we'll be here. And Doc will be joining us on Tuesday to talk about the current situation. But tonight, what we're talking about is, so did you get some more on this other, what's her name? Jane something or other? Jane.
Ruby Skin Flaps. That's her name.
What's her name?
Ruby Skin Flaps.
Yeah, that's her.
Ruby skin flaps.
Moose lips.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, are you ready, rock and
Yeah,
roll before I
I'm
get in
ready.
trouble? All right, go ahead.
All right, here we go.
That video in that aired on InfoWars and called the electron microscopic proof of graphene little creatures. So what exactly does he mean? What is a little creature?
Okay. So obviously he was asking you about that. And the reverse here is going to say, Earth's dear fallen, was it on me? Me who said, who has the laws? Search, dear fallen. I'm assuming that means the fallen angels. Search, dear fallen. Leave out the proof, it bites her. Be our master. We'd walk in it because they're all loving it, and I'd rape it.
I said that?
No. This
Stu
is the interviewer guy that you're on there with.
Just subconscious rape fantasies. Oh my word.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think he's using the word rape here as in forced without consent kind of terminology. That does come up actually quite a bit in reverse speech where people use the term rape. Imply imposing their will on you as a more than the sexual aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Earth's dear fallen, was it on me?
Was it on me?
Let me see.
Yeah, I got the first
mean,
bit.
what is a little creature? Was it on me?
Hold on. The little creatures backward is what?
What does he mean? What is a little creature? Was it
The Earth's dear fallen.
Interesting.
Yep. Was it on me?
me?
All right, so it says...
Oh, yeah, Jigs, wait till you hear about the monster in the closet, Jigs. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is how Stu is funded, he says.
Yeah.
Who has the laws? Search, dear fallen, leave out the proof. It bites her. Be our master. All right, and then we'd walk in it because they're all loving it, and I'd rape it.
That one was pretty spot on.
Yeah, man. Go back to the first one again. The very first one in that little flurry right there.
Okay.
Yeah. Play that one again and say what it was again, because I thought I heard that complaint plain as day. Go ahead.
All right, so the little creatures. Here we go.
What does he mean? What is a little creature?
All right, I'm going to slow it down one more.
Was it on me?
It says, Earth's dear fallen, was it on me? Me who said, who has the laws?
What does he mean? What is a little creature? Was it on me?
And it says, search, dear fallen, leave out the proof.
Yeah, search, dear fallen.
I can hear the dear fallen very clearly. So.
Leave out the proof is there for me too. So yeah, continue on, my man. We got 7 minutes before the break. Go ahead.
Okay, so the next one I want to hit up here. It's up here this way.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be in that part of the conversation. This is your response to him saying what he said forward.
So right now, the graphene oxide has been used in vaccines for a number of years and the vaccine industry.
All right. So the reverse here says, in the stab is not, I say, a serpent's oath. In the stab, in it, Satan nips at us. Quite an effective plan here.
Wow. Let me hear that.
I'm looking at his face and he's going, oh my God, I don't believe this.
I know. Go ahead.
And this one is pretty clear, especially the end where you say quite an effective plan here. That's I'm sure you'll hear that. All right, so here it is.
Your industry. Your sneeze have not say German of sneeze have.
The serpent's oath is in the stab. In it, Satan nips at us.
Dude,
nips at us. Is one. Yeah. Right now, the graphene oxide has been used in. Nips at us. Is one. Yeah.
I think I think you could hear it better when it was going faster, but I did hear it. I did hear what he's.
Yeah, I think faster too, like normal
Well,
cadence.
hey, so read it out again what he said, because I definitely heard it.
It says, "In the stab is not, I say, a serpent's oath. In the stab, in it Satan nips at us."
Yeah.
Quite an effective plan here.
Right, that's the phrase I'm really interested in. So, in the stab, Satan nips at us. That's interesting.
Right now, the graphene oxide has been used in vaccines for a number of years, and the vaccine vaccines.
All right, so in the stab, in it Satan nips at us.
Yes.
And it said quite a something plan. I heard it.
Yeah.
What he's
quite an effective plan.
Effective. Play it again and see if I can hear the effect.
So, right now, the graphene oxide. Right now, the graphene oxide has.
It's quite an effective plan here. You're kind of singing it at the end a little bit, it sounds like. But.
Interesting. Wow, Doc. Man,
I'm just glad I'm congruent.
Dude, hey, you're fighting the battle on every level, brother. I mean, you're not just out there, you're not just talking the talk, bro. You walk the walk. Woo! Look at the Doc. All right.
Amen.
Go ahead, Rhea.
All right, give me a second here to jump up a little bit.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, you guys jump in here. Oh shoot, I forgot to grab Mike. I totally forgot. Let me go grab Mike.
You forgot about Mike.
I did. Go. You guys jump in here though. Epic Journeyman, Bruce McDonald, come on in here, and let me go get Mike. I totally forgot about him.
Yeah, Bruce has been listening hard the whole time. I'd like to hear what he has to say.
I know.
Well, look, you know how I feel about this stuff. It's not that I'm saying it isn't real, but every sacred text I've ever studied says, stay away from this stuff. The necromancy, all of this stuff, man.
Uh-huh.
It's like infection. It's like scratching that rash on your ass. It's gonna spread, right? And I'm gonna pop off at the top. I don't mean to be superstitious or wuss out or anything, but I don't know anyone who's gotten into this stuff deep for more than a couple years who hasn't been haunted or attacked psychically.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put it to you that way. I just stay away from it, man.
No,
the devil meets me on the road in the real world. I say, "How you doing? You got a job to do. Be on your way," and I keep going. Right?
Yeah,
but I don't go looking for this stuff.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I mean, I don't blame you for that, and and more power to you. And I'm glad that you're man enough to say it on the air, because I'm sure there's a lot of other people that are listening right now might feel the same way as you do. So I mean, I'm glad that you're being honest.
Well, the thing that we always bring up, right, is that Crowley specifically instructed people, his followers, to learn how to walk, talk, speak, and all stuff backwards, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's one of the things. It's a pinnacle of his practices, his magical practices. So, it's no coincidence that the album everybody knows, first has backward stuff in it, backmasking, and Sgt. Pepper's has them on the cover, right?
Well, yeah, and the thing is, what Bruce is basically saying is, when you dance with the devil don't change, you change, is what he's saying. And we kind of talked about that last night. We kind of talked about that a little bit last night, about when people start getting into esoteric science, occult science, when people start learning about secret societies, a lot of those people end up joining them, the very same secret societies they hated. Because
Well,
at some point they
don't have any worries, Jimmy. I am not going to become a blood guzzling devil worshiper.
Okay, thank you. I'm just glad.
I put it down.
Bruce is. But Bruce is worried about you, man, because he said,
you're balls deep in this shit, real.
Well, when there's something that needs to be out there and exposed, somebody's got to do it, right?
That's right.
So,
What you're trying to do is win people over to the spirit of unity, love, and compassion, the spirit of Christ, but you're doing it in reverse.
Well, hey, if you're gonna be on Jesus' side and fighting the devil, you got to know your enemy, right? It's the art of war.
Well, I mean,
I believe they crucified that guy.
Well, hey, you know what? Listen, over this past situation that we've been in under these measures, I mean, I've never really been into the reverse speech. Like I say, I can't really hear it most of the time. And it's not something I've been thrilled about or whatever. But I mean, the stuff he's been finding since this COVID thing started has really been interesting, because a lot of what he's finding, it goes along with what everybody's thinking is going on. They're just saying it right out. It's like, when I work with Mexican dudes, a lot of times they don't know that I understand a little bit of Spanish, so they speak Spanish in front of me thinking I don't understand. I mean, I never let them know that I speak Spanish. I just stand there, and they talk in front of me freely because they think I don't understand. And it's the same thing with this. We caught Manson. We were just listening to the 10 craziest things Manson ever said, Doc and Bruce. And Epic and I were just sitting there listening to it, and then we just went, he's talking in reverse. He's talking in reverse forward. So we went and listened to it backwards, and in the thing he's saying, she's going to forget to say that I didn't do it. That's what he said in reverse.
It's a scam, right?
Yeah, it's a scam.
Ask her again if I was mind-controlled LSD. Yeah.
Donde está?
I'll say this. The entire panorama of language is absolutely fascinating to me. Like, Pentecostals speaking in tongues. The fact that Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein in a weekend. There's something about language. It may be the first and most powerful magic ever created.
Yeah.
William S. Burroughs, not a great source, a decrepit drug addict pedophile, but he called it a virus from outer space, right? So and when you get into the reverse stuff, it's just like, I don't know, man, it makes my skin crawl.
It does, and what you do, there's something that's called the language of the birds, or the language of the green light, and this has to do with Falconelli. And Falconelli was a rogue mason who revealed the secrets of alchemy through the cathedrals across Europe, through all the different artwork and stained glass and this and that. Anyways, one of the things that he talked about was the phonetic Kabbalah, and that's not meaning that it's a method of talking where you use rhyming phonetics in words, certain syllables in words. Everything else in the paragraph doesn't matter except for every other word's second syllable, kind of thing, so that you could have messages to somebody that reads that language of the birds. You could write a paragraph, and I'd be reading the paragraph about my dog jumping over the fence on the lazy sunny afternoon. But really, what it was saying to you was a whole secret message that was in there, delivered phonetically by the structure of the English language. So
you know how I feel about the Kabbalah, Jimmy. I feel it's like an interdimensional version of us giving smallpox blankets to the natives.
It's not that kind of Kabbalah. It's not that magic. It doesn't mean that. It means cabal. It means an organization, not Kabbalah. So from the Latin, Kabbalah. From the yeah. So anyways, I don't mean to get off into the weeds on the language of the green light. We've done a few shows on it. We talked about it with Leo Zagami. It's definitely, look, I'll give you a rudimentary example of it. Say, remember that movie 3 Days of the Condor with Robert Redford? So he
Loved it.
Okay, yeah, and the plot of the movie is he worked the section of CIA where they would read books, magazines, and newspapers from around the world because they have operatives in positions where they were spying, and they would put out messages in books and newspapers and magazine articles, and these guys would go through the articles and they would read them because they'd know which article to look at and which paragraph on which page, so on and so forth, which chapter in the book to read, like that. So this exists, but this is wouldn't be possible without technology for us to know about this. This is the technology that's passed lip to ear within the confines of an initiated society. This type of what we're talking about as far as this phonetic Kabbalah type thing. And with technology now, Rio can run stuff in reverse, and now we as regular people can, witness actually maybe what's going on there, or maybe not. They're skeptics, and maybe Doc's a skeptic, but I think if Rio keeps going here, if I shut my mouth, we can get going here. Go ahead, Rio. We missed the bottom of the hour break. Go ahead, man.
All right. So I'm sure the Doc remembers the moment where he pulled out the if I threw $100 bill in the room and you didn't find it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So this is that forward, and then in his reverse, it'll say, "Hear it, the monster in the closet paid me off."
I got to laugh first, but if I hear that, man, I'm sold.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, wait, it gets better. It says, following the order, the Hasid now forgot his sin, and I knew this certain rule was an abundant lie. He says, and then he says, you're allied, and the horror is filthy.
Damn.
So, but here we go. Here's the.
I'm here, the monster in the closet.
The monster in the closet paid me off.
I would compare it to this. If I throw $100 bill in that room that you're sitting in, and I say, "Hey, go find it," it's $100, and you don't find it, does that mean that it's not there?
All right, so here we go. I'm going to slow him down.
The monster in the closet paid me off. I totally heard that, man.
Find it. Does that mean that it's not there?
I'll do it one slower.
That one.
I totally heard that. I totally heard that, man.
The paid me off is clear. The paid me off is definitely clear.
Dude,
actually, that time the monster in the closet, I heard.
Yeah, man. No, and you know what's funny? If you ever go on the air with that guy again, you should say, you know what? I think the monster in the closet's paying you off, and watch his face because you're gonna shake his subconscious blanket in a way he's never fucking seen before.
Well, just let's. I don't think you'd ever have me back on, but
yeah, man.
It still stands. I'll debate Judy Ruby skin flaps, and I'll happily take her on.
I downloaded the one that they put up the day or two after this with you,
okay, yeah,
where they tried trashing you, and I'm going to do that one as well.
Yeah, he kind of got into it a little bit before the show, and turns out did she say she's a witch? Is that what you said?
Well, she said something about performing the seance in one of the phrases I heard.
Interesting. All right, well, let's continue on here with this. We missed the break. Hit this. Let's get on, man. Because I don't want Bruce to leave, so can we finish this up before midnight so we can make Bruce stay?
Oh, yeah, we could probably do that.
All right, good. All right, so there you go, Bruce. I snared you.
So, I got to tell a little story here. I really had no time for radio this week. I had to do a whole bunch of transcriptions of engineer interviews I did. Jimmy shows me this transcription software today. I'm done. It's like, I regularly canvass the internet for this stuff to see if the technology has improved. We're talking about taking an audio file, an MP3, and converting it to text that is somewhere over 95% accurate. And I've never been able to find it before, which really made me seriously doubt the legitimacy of these threats we're hearing about AI. Again, within the spectrum of language, which is my fascination. But Jimmy found a really good one. And I had these 5 interviews to transcribe this week. And I mean, 2 were done, and I was going to go all weekend. And now they're all done. And now I just have to work them into the applications. But, yeah.
That's why they call me an angel, my friend. All right.
There you go.
Go ahead. Brock and Rio, let it rip, bro. Come on, let's go.
All right. So,
Find it. Does that mean that it's not there? All right,
so the monster in the closet paid him off. Following the order, the Hasid now forgot his sin. And I knew...
The Hasid?
The Hasid.
Yeah, Hasid.
Wait, I got to press my G button.
Go ahead.
The Hasid... Well, the Hasid now forgot his sin, right? So he's been forgiven. And I knew this certain rule was an abundant lie.
Holding it right in a husband, and now forget his sin, and I say, hey, go find it. It's $100, and you don't.
Yeah, you gotta slow that way
Holding it
down.
right in a husband, and now forget his sin.
Forget his sin.
I heard it, but slow it down. Can you slow it down just a little more?
Another one, yeah.
I say, hey, go find it. It's $100, and you don't.
All right, so down here.
Holding it right in a husband, and now forget his sin, and I need a certain rule.
Okay, and I knew this certain rule, an abundant lie. It says, you're allied and the horror filthy.
You're allied and the horror filthy.
Oh, God, that one just comes straight out.
Wow. Wow,
All right,
man.
Yeah. And the next one here, he's going to say, and me, nurse in the care of Satan. And then he's going to say, all share funds, they rip us off. Stab the people who've first chosen it. And then actually, this is a long sequence of them.
Well, you know what, man? You should just break it up in small pieces, man. Because I mean, as soon as you start going even further, I forget what you even said to begin with. So,
all right, so let me run this section of the clip forward here.
Yeah. Do it in small chunks. It's better to we can absorb it.
The small chunks is better because I do really have to concentrate hard to keep the front running part in my head at the same time. But...
All right. Well, here he's talking about the puppies.
Swine flu vaccine, they immediately stopped the program. They have stopped programs when 6 beagle dogs died. But as we see, Dr. Fauci likes to experiment and torture little beagle dogs. So there is no threshold here. And that is very concerning.
All right. So the first one is going to say, and me, nurse in the care of Satan.
Nurse in the care of Satan.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely heard it, man.
And that is very concerning. Nurse in the care of Satan.
That was probably better speed for that.
Right.
The next one will say, all share funds, they rip us off.
All share funds, they rip us off.
Okay, that one was 90% clear. It just sort of tailed off the end.
Yeah, the all share funds part, definitely.
So I wonder if that has to do with this grift ring where
I think there's something to that, man. Every time I keep looking a little farther, I keep finding more things that make that really seem plausible, you know, that this is a ring. You know, it's like the movie House of Games, right? Yeah. Where they're all in on it. You know, no spoiler, see the movie if you've never seen it, it's great.
Oh, is that the one with Kirk Douglas and
no, that's the game with Sean Penn and Kirk.
Yeah, Sean.
Yeah, that's a good one too. But yeah, this is one where it's the woman's a psychologist, and she meets up with we'll distract from
anyway. Yeah, Rio's not going to get through this by midnight, and Bruce is going to leave. And the chat room was all bummed out. Bruce was leaving, so don't leave. The chat room will be bummed out.
Don't leave us, Bruce.
I'm saying we're going to have a great conversation about something. Look, I respect the work Rio does. I
Me
just,
too. Well, listen.
Yeah. You know
no.
my position.
I know it creeps you out.
Well,
one of these days I'll do you.
I'm also gently warning you, Rio. You've spent like thousands of hours doing this stuff, man. It gets into you in ways you don't know. You ask any smoker the day and time they became addicted, they don't know. The addiction sneaks in. You start recreationally smoking one cigarette on a Friday night, going to a club. 2 years later, you're up to a half pack a day. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
the same thing with it's the same thing with this stuff.
Well, they keep bringing up Lindell over here in the chat room. I just want to say he did a Lindell. Lindell is legit. He's congruent forward and backward. He really does believe in Jesus. He believes in God, and he believes in what he's doing. So, the tears on my pillow guy. Here.
Yeah, whether you agree with that guy or not, he's telling you the truth.
Yeah, here. This is from Mike Lindell. And all the Q supporters.
Don't remember me, but I remember you. 'Twas not so long ago. You broke my heart in two. Tears on my pillow, pain in my heart caused by you.
There's little Anthony. Tears on my pillow.
I was just gonna say that's little Anthony and the Imperials, right?
Yeah. Tears on my pillow. For the My Pillow.
I think the Crests also did a version of that.
Yeah, for the My Pillow guy. All right. Enough is enough. Man, go.
All right.
It's Friday night, man. Trying to have
That's
some
right.
fun. I mean, trying to have some fun here while we shout at the devil with Rock and Rio's Reverse Perverse Circus.
All right, so here we go. He's gonna stab the people who first chosen it. All right, and then he's gonna say, "Hammer of Zeus, kill beasts off for God."
Oh God, that one's just again. I don't know how much comes down to sort of being primed for it, but that one was
clear as a bell.
I heard everything in that one.
Yeah, man.
Then he says, well, he's talking about Fauci and the puppies here. So he, and then he says, "The hammer of Zeus, kill beasts off for God." So that's actually congruent to a point where.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the thing is too, I just want to point this out, man. He brought that puppy thing up because he was going to use it against you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He brought that up and created hate in the audience around it because he was going to use it against you because you are a scientist. You do stuff, man. It's it's the way it is. So anyway, go ahead, Rock and Rio.
And then the next line here is going to be, "He serves other gods, and I believe this serves their Lord's bridesmaid." And it says, "And their Lord, the Nazi, waiting in the sky, who fails."
Their Lord, the Nazi, who's...
Yes. "He serves other gods, and I believe this serves their Lord's bridesmaid, and their Lord, the Nazi, waiting in the sky, who fails."
So yeah, that's a sort of congruent with the message that he's trying to put out, right?
Yeah.
Do I believe he thinks that about Fauci? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
because it's a talking point in that little universe that they've created there, right? I mean that is like a big thing. It's Fauci is the devil, basically. He's the Nazi, not just him, but the CDC in general and all that stuff. So it is congruent actually.
He is. I don't like Fauci at all. There's nothing about him that I like at all. And for him to be the highest paid dude in the United States government, it's pretty trippy. At this point, I'd be willing to wonder if he even exists anymore. Like he's probably already gone.
CGI.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying he's already gone. I mean, we've done shows on people, in the public eye at his stature. If you were the highest paid fucking guy in the United States government, you don't think he's got 2 or 3 Faucis running around that look just like him? And now I'm not talking about organic robotoids. I'm talking about they get guys that look just like him and pay them. Just like when
That's Saddam's body double.
Just like when Epstein went to jail, his double went to jail. He didn't even fucking go to jail. Epstein never even got on that plane, man. They sent his double, man. They pay that guy like $500,000 a year. Hey, Bob, I'm sorry you're gonna have to go sit in jail for 2 weeks. Don't worry though, we'll get you out. And then some dude came in there and snapped his neck. Yeah, you're damn right. Epstein didn't kill himself. He hung himself with a piece of fucking toilet paper. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Rocket Rio.
Okay. So this one's kind of funny. You are questioning Carrie Madej, and so this is you saying something to him, and in his response. So I'll run this forward. Up to the point where you speak it, and then I'll play that part backwards, and then you can get to hear the response. Okay, so
we didn't hear it. We didn't hear it.
You didn't hear it? Oh. Okay, so let me. Here we go. All right.
Reputation.
So let me just ask you.
Okay, so you said you have an orthodox scientific reputation to maintain, and obviously you're questioning her. So in reverse, you say, "Now can't you taste the shit?" And his response is, "I'll evade the mirror, avail the beast, and leave science to the mullahs." So here we go.
Reputation
so let me just ask.
Yeah, I've got a science.
So let me just ask you, do you believe that Carrie Madej is lying?
The leave science to the mullahs is actually kind of under what you're saying, but
just ask you, do you believe that Carrie Madej is lying?
So
that's
he made the
interesting,
mirror, so he's not going to look at himself.
All of it.
Avail the beast and leave science to the mullahs.
All of a sudden, my YouTube is buffering for like the last 5 minutes ever since I said that shit. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh man! All right, so let me skip up. I got to jump up to the next one here.
It's Aftermath FM, ladies and gentlemen. It's Rock and Rio. It's Reverse Perverse Circus. We're taking a look at an interview with Dr. Kevin McCarran and some journalist dude. I can't remember the guy's name. He's He's forgettable.
He is forgettable.
What's the dude's name again?
Stu Peters.
Okay, Stu Peters. Then there he is. But in reverse. So he does think that Fauci is an evil, Satanistic character. So in reverse, he's congruent there. But he does also. What was the other thing about Satan and the devil? He seems to be around the devil there, around Satan. So Satan's been everywhere this week, and apparently he was over there a couple weeks ago. In this interview, he was looming in the closet. The monster in the closet's where that money comes from. You know, that's what he said. Is Satan in the closet? I wonder. Let's ask that question. It's a question that should be asked. I think that's a journalistic question.
The monster in the closet paid him off.
Who is the monster in Stu Peters' closet, ladies and gentlemen? I think that's what we're going to call this show. I'm going to call this show that after. Who's the monster in the closet? It's going to be the name of this show.
All right, so
from Family Guy, right? There's the closet monkey.
Hey man, hey, one time this dude was giving me a real hard time, and we found out that no one knew he was a shill except enormous men in reverse. So when we'd go on the air, we'd always because we knew he'd listen, we'd always make sure we mentioned the enormous men. No one knew he was a shill. Don't say who it was. No one knew he was a shill. Yeah, don't. And somebody everybody knows too.
Oh, yeah.
He was scared we were gonna play that shit, huh?
Well, yeah, but I also had him dancing. What was it? Dancing naked with the cows around the fire in the desert or something like that.
Yeah, and he farted in the office and no one knew it was him.
Yes.
He's like, I fart in the office and no one knows it's me, or whatever.
That was a good one. Too.
That was good. We entertain ourselves with this shit, man. You know, I mean, you know, hey, it's an aspect of investigative reporting that, you know, it's great to have at our disposal. You know, I mean, take it or leave it. You know, if nothing else, it's invigorating conversation at the very least.
Yes,
Just
it is.
to conceptualize it, I'm just saying, to have a subconscious revelation in your reverse speech is fascinating, man. I mean, if Spock was here, he'd be going, fascinating.
Fascinating indeed.
Go ahead, Rock and Rio. Finish this up, man. Put a cap on it.
All right. Well, I got a few more here, so we'll keep it moving.
Well, let's ask Bruce. Bruce, he hasn't been playing too much in reverse. Are you still okay to stick around? Because the audience doesn't want you to leave.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Or just put us on mute or something. Go make an omelet or whatever you were saying. Like you were saying. All right, go ahead.
All right. So this one is kind of toward the end. It's going to say, in the stab, a thorn, you Negro. Ruin it. Her eyes open up, see the riddle. She's never on your side. No one's with us. See Lucifer upon you. Said we'll deceive. First nation on earth who prefers the offer it sows. And there we go.
So if Pfizer and if Moderna and Janssen, if these people just clean up their facilities so that there's no dust or garbage, whatever these particles are, then we're good to go with the vaccine.
So here we go. It's going to say, in the stab, a thorn, you Negro. Ruin it. Her eyes open up, see the riddle.
Her eyes open up, see the riddle.
Yeah, that one, 100% clear.
Mm-hmm.
She's never on your side. No one's with us.
She's never on your side. No one's with us.
All right, and then this is going to say, see Lucifer upon you. Said will deceive.
See Lucifer upon you.
First nation on earth who prefers the offer it sows.
First nation on earth who prefers the offer it sows.
It's not us.
If it's not us.
If it's not us. So there he is again, talking about seeing Lucifer upon you and all that kind of goody.
Yeah, I just wonder if again it's this congruency. You know, he's just letting it be known what he does. You know, if that is a repeatable phenomenon, that's what he thinks of me. He would rather listen to Carrie Madej, someone who's lying because she's going around telling him what he wants to hear, and she's a pretty girl with a little gold crucifix around her neck,
mm-hmm.
right?
Well, and that was very much the same impression I got when I listened to that interview. That, you know, he's entertaining her because she fits what he wants to sell. And the very last one I have for you will absolutely confirm that.
Okay.
So this is a shorter one. It'll say, healer within you. What is that? Can he beget sin? Is it of the law?
All of what is in this thing. I mean, I think that we need to really.
All right. So all of what is in this thing, right? It's.
Healer need to really.
Let me slow it down.
Healer within you.
So there's the healer within you.
Sin is it of what is in this thing? I mean, I think that we need to sin is it of the law?
Is it of the law? Can he beget sin? Is it of the law? And then the next one here is just a couple seconds down the line. It says, and beating crime, lead them. The sick-ass media says they're woke. Sealed for the evil that don't want you. No doubt, yeah. So all beating the crime, lead them.
Oh,
sick-ass media says they're woke. Sealed for the evil.
Sick-ass media says they're woke. Sealed for the evil.
Don't want you, no doubt, yeah.
No doubt, yeah. This stuff was so you can finish and everything, get my thumb together and try to figure this out. But
all right, so the next line is, Who's the boss? Who's the boss? Are you first? By the mark of the law, you will reveal a bet. Okay, this is a tongue twister. By the mark of the law, you will reveal a bet in it, and that bet I don't want.
This stuff was so you get finished near there and try to figure this out, but to...
All right, here, slow it down.
This stuff was so you get finished near there again, not getting more with me with that money.
So, I guess you're revealing a bet that when you take the jab, it's a chance that something's going to go wrong.
I'm getting about 50% there, I reckon.
Yeah, that one's he rambled really fast on that one, and it was a little harder. It's a tongue twister too, so I had to like listen to it a bunch of times to actually get it right. I kept saying a bet that I don't want. All right, and the last two are you, and these are the two incredibly congruent ones. Let's see, we got to get over to 19.
It's Aftermath FM. It's top of the hour. You want to stand by there, Rock and Rio?
Yeah, we'll save the last two and then the last.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning. It smells like victory.
It's Aftermath FM. It's in the microcosm.
On June 1st, 1996, John and Joyce Edmonds purchased a ranch in Rainbow Valley, Arizona. What has ensued for the past 2+ decades defies all accepted understanding of our reality. Portals, aliens, abductions, incursions, and life-threatening confrontations. Stardust Ranch has become one of the most compelling paranormal stories of the last quarter century, studied by multiple agencies, public and private, and featured on countless documentaries, including Ghost Hunters. Stardust Ranch remains one of the most compelling mysteries of our time. Get your copy of Stardust Ranch, The Incredible True Story, available exclusively on Amazon in Kindle, paperback, and hardcover.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
When your doctor tells you you have bad cholesterol or blockages in the arteries, what do you do? When diet and exercise is not enough, we try medications and hope for the best. For the last 2 decades, I have been telling people about a natural method to help solve these problems and more. Extendivite can help maintain cardiovascular health and lower blood lipid levels in adults. The 7 herbs in Extendivite are known to work together synergistically to get the results we hope for. There are many testimonials on Extendivite's effect on circulatory-related ailments. Get Extendivite today to start your journey back to a healthier life. To order, call 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com or see us on amazon.com.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
Monday through Friday. It's 10:30 Pacific, right here. Aftermath FM in stereo. It's a Friday night fish fry, and you can't have a barbecue without a little Dave Meniketti on the side, the blue side. Aftermath FM.
I couldn't sleep last night when I thought I heard you knock on my door. I could have sworn I heard you, baby, just like I did the night before. Well, I've got this bad, bad feeling. You ain't gonna come round here no more. Should have seen it coming, baby, 'cause I guess I had it my way too long. You said you wanted something different, but I just kept on playing the same old song. Now there's no more fooling myself. Now I know I must have done you wrong.
Damn. I swear it's so hard to turn that off. I swear it is. But I'm gonna do it. So it's already been playing for 2 minutes and 47 seconds on Aftermath FM, because this is the kind of place where you're gonna find music like that.
I took a chance on you, baby, when I watched you walk right.
Damn. Hey, what's up, TalkStream Live? Good to see you. Thanks for having us. Number 5, we're still alive on TalkStream Live. What's happening, Rock and Rio? So, are we complete with the doc? And now, didn't you say you had a little chunk, little pre?
Well, I have another chunk of the doc, and
Okay.
then I have a little chunk of the other guy.
But you got a chunk of that. You got a chunk of that female doctor too, don't you?
Yeah, I got maybe a little bit of that.
All right, go ahead.
All right,
I'm
so-
interested in the female doctor stuff. I've been on the edge of my seat all night waiting for it, so I hope you're gonna drop it.
Well, because if it's good, we can have a Tuesday segment, Ruby Tuesdays.
That's what I mean.
And we'll play the song coming in, right?
All right, go ahead, man.
All right, so this is the part of the interview where Doc was talking about, they're coming for the kids. They want to put this stuff in your kids.
Okay, for those of you who are just joining us, we're doing reverse speech on an interview that was done with Doc McCarran with a snippy journalist that, really didn't have much class and was trying to bait the doc and saying a bunch of rude stuff. And so we did reverse speech on it. So we're at the very end of that now. The doc is actually here on site. Well, not on site, but into the microcosm area. And so he's here tonight. So he's hearing this for the first time, just like all of us are. So I'm glad you're joining us. Rock and Rio, take it away, my friend.
All right, so as was saying, this is where he said, there's stuff in the vaccine, and they want to put this in your kids, and you should get the vial and examine it under a microscope. And this is the reverses here are incredibly congruent. It's actually kind of amazing. So I'm going to run it first before I tell you what it says in reverse, and I want you to listen to it and tell me if you can hear it without me prompting it.
Get hold and look at them under a microscope. I would argue if they're coming to put it in your child, you have the right to that bottle. It's one bottle per child. You take that bottle and you get it put under a microscope and you see what it does, what it looks like.
All right. So here we go. Here's the reverse. See if you can hear it. I'll slow it down.
We see.
And you see what it does, what it looks like. We see.
Anybody?
Yeah,
I heard
I hate to
seeing
say it, but I heard Extendivite in there.
I heard be seeing it at the end.
Hey, extend your life with Extendivite, ladies and gentlemen. Don's a big supporter of the show. I was reading the chat. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
I was in the same boat, but I did hear that last part. Be seeing it. I think something like that.
You caught me. It's Friday night. I was reading the chat. You busted me. But go ahead. No,
all right. I'll do it. I'll roll it one more time and then I'll tell you what it says.
Just tell me what
you see what it does, what it looks like.
You see what it does, what it looks like, right?
We see.
Be seeing it. Yeah.
When we see.
Be seeing
it. Says they'll smooth it over, but it'll be seen. You tell him look under a microscope. They'll smooth it over. It'll be seen.
And you see what it does, what it looks like.
They'll smooth it over.
It'll be seen.
But it'll be seen. The next line says, they are scammers. And no, it ain't clean. It ain't clean.
Okay, yeah, that I got.
I totally heard it.
Then he says,
hey,
what's up?
Hey, Samantha. Samantha's over there. She says, hi, Doc. Go ahead.
He says, what's up? Bad testing.
What up?
Yeah, that was pretty. I don't know, like when it's compressed down to small chunks, then and I have the prompt there.
Yeah.
In my, it's very clear to me, but often I find when I'm listening to longer pieces, I'm still trying to work out the first bit, and then there's a whole bunch more that comes in.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, and somebody in the chat was going, "Yeah, Jimmy, quit taking the bong hits or whatever." No, dude. Go.
I can't help, dude.
Go
my
ahead.
short-term memory shot.
Yeah.
So all right, so
Bongs
it goes.
didn't help.
So I asked her, "What's up now?"
What up? No.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, it gets better. It says, "What's up? Had the scare, the fact leak."
What's up? The scare with
So I asked her, when you eat, if this demon gets to be part of who you are.
Yeah, I mean, vaguely, not as clear as the others.
Yeah, I heard when I asked her.
If you would have cut that, if you cut it,
let me
cut it in half. Cut it in half.
Would argue if they're coming to put it in your child, you have the right to that bottle.
All right, so I asked her when you eat this. I asked her when you eat if this demon gets to be part of who we are.
I don't get the demon in there. Everything else
I
nearly
did. I
get,
did
but-
heard the demon part, but it goes by really fast. He goes,
Yeah,
it goes
it's
demon.
too fast.
Yeah. No, I
could do it one
I
slower.
would argue if they're coming to put it in your child,
Yeah, I heard the demon, but I think it was like you were like exhaling or inhaling or something, and so there wasn't a lot of power behind whatever you were saying in that moment. But I did hear it personally.
All right, so the last part of this says their scam is not a medicine, and the law hate.
Yeah, that one's pretty clear.
Dude.
Carcosa,
See,
man. Carcosa. All around you before you were born and after you die. For those of you who enjoyed True Detective Season 1, that's the half-sister in the final episode.
Well, let me just say that was pretty good there, Doc. As far as your congruency.
So I have one more really short one here,
And I agree with that, no matter.
and it's trying to run away on me.
I'm even targeting our kids now.
Okay, so this is the part where he says, "I'm a snake in the grass, and the alt media loves it." Oh, I'm a snake crawling in the grass, and the alt media likes it.
It's killing people, and they're targeting our kids now.
Yeah, I'm a snake crawling in the grass, and the alt media likes it. You should say
so
that
there
too.
you go. That is the man who interviewed you. He's a snake crawling in the grass.
Yeah, that's what you should say to him when you go back on there. You know what, dude? I think you're a snake crawling in the grass. And as a matter of fact, who's the monster in the closet who's paying you? Who's that monster in the closet, man? Hey, man, if I threw a $50 bill in the closet, would the monster get it? I wonder if the monster in closet would eat the $50 bill if I threw it in there. Would you still be there if I threw it in the closet? Hey, dude. Never mind. Mine's Jimmy. It's Aftermath FM. It's Rockin' Rio's Reverse Perverse Circus. And like it's not your granddaddy's late night, it's not your granddaddy's reverse speech either. So now you have Miss Moose Flaps on point over there. You ready?
I don't. I'll have to scan for that and do it like off the cuff live because I don't have that part written down.
All right. Well, listen. Enough is enough.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I mean,
Bruce has had
Bruce
enough.
has already tolerated an extra 15 minutes beyond what he's committed to. So.
Endured is the better word. Not tolerate. Endured.
Okay, Bruce.
Endured, yes.
All right, Bruce. I'm gonna throw it to you, my man, and you throw something on the table for us all to talk about. And just bear in mind, you have a neurologist here with us, so just about anything you want to know about the brain, you might be able to find out from the doc. So,
actually, I want to know, how twisted am I, right?
Yeah, there you go. What is it that drives Rio to seek reverse speech? Is he secretly like to hear the devil whispering in his ear in reverse, or is he entranced somehow by this? I mean, what causes?
I think he's just sharing his faith. He's, rather than hang out at a mall, hanging out pamphlets and smiling like a Mormon or a Jehovah's Witnesses, he does it this way, in reverse, which is ironic.
It is. It's kind of like it's the way he does his little piece. You're a neurologist, Rio. He seeks reverse speech to find congruency in people, and he found it in you, and that's really great. I'm always scared, man. I'm always scared whenever Rio does reverse speech on somebody we know. You know what I mean? I'm always scared because you might find something out in there. You know, it's like.
Right, because it speaks very much to your, we like to think that our judgment is spot on, right? We have faith in how we can tease apart the con men and the grifters from those of good faith. And it's a very visceral feeling to feel that someone's pulled the wool over your eyes and it sort of led you astray in that fashion. So, yeah, I can tell you that, I was sweating bolts.
Well, you know what too. You know what's too is that this the thing about it is, man, is that we have gotten to a point in this world with the way things are that people would rather the fucking world end. I mean, people take nothing that anyone's saying and going forward as truth. It's gotten to the point where we got to look at shit in reverse just to get some truth to what we think is truth. It's our only way. It's our working man's way of having a lie detector test, because we know these people are lying, and if they lie, we can see it in reverse if it's possible. Then that's why we do it, and it's just I mean
so that's the compelling part. So like if we had access to the light, say your smartphone app now has. I bet there is one already.
Mm-hmm.
Is this person lying to me? Right? That would just go like hotcakes as a download.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I bet. What
about
about
you could even do forward, right? It would be able to detect the stresses in your voice.
Yeah, you get the Amazon Halo bracelet on, and it's monitoring you, and it sees you and listening. Your Alexa's listening to you, and your thing is monitoring you. It knows you lie. Because you said somebody asked you at your house where you went, and you said you took the dog for a walk, but really you went to the gas station in your car. But it knows you went to the gas station. It knows you're lying, and when you lie, it's measuring your heartbeat, your pulse, and all this. And so it correlates that information to it. It knows when you're lying.
Well, as long as you don't pair it with a Bluetooth shock collar, you'd be okay.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, though, what I'm saying is there's a way behind the scenes, behind the facade, to know whether or not you're lying or not. No, I'm just...
and I'm sure that goes to your social credit score, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there's we're in a new era now. And I don't know, is that such a bad thing that it forces people to be more honest? Maybe that's a better world. I mean,
that's a good concept to talk about. Because there's always been this idea that there's a heaven and a hell, and there's a God, and there's angels watching you doing what you're doing, and so there's nothing that gets by it. Okay, and now that requires faith, that requires you to believe, but now there's cameras everywhere, and there's hard drives, and stored in the cloud. You know what I mean? So all of a sudden, this actual physicality of our technology is starting to look exactly like what we considered to be God before. And the only way
seeing.
Mm-hmm. You guys all jump in on this, man. This is
juicy. The powers
juicy.
that be are becoming more omnipotent at every new technology, right?
Well, I mean, think about your whole life being stored from your whole social media interactions and all your VR interactions, and all this is all stored up on a hard drive in a cloud somewhere. And so when you show up at the end of your life, when they say you're going to see your life flash before your eyes, well, it's because all your video, that your input, your life goes by in front of your eyes because it's all sitting there in the cloud.
It's a flash drive.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So I mean, but the concept of somebody looking over you and watching you to make sure you do the right thing. The idea of that, the idea of the panopticon, that the prisoner will act in a way that is conducive with the rules of the prison when they think or believe that they're being watched all the time. They never know in the center of this prison formation, they'll have a tower with mirrored windows that go all the way around it, so the prisoners are all visible from that tower. And so the prisoners in that prison always think there's somebody watching them, and they know if they break the rules, they're not going to get their food, they won't get water, they won't be able to go outside. So instead of them having to beat those prisoners every day with a stick, they just get the prisoners to do it to behave, just because they think somebody's watching. And so that's what these cameras are. But I mean, ultimately, cameras don't stop crime. All they do is show what happened, But
there's an argument that they're a deterrent.
Yeah.
Right? That once everyone knows that they're going to get arrested, and if they can come a week, a month later because they've reviewed the footage and they've got you banged to rights, it becomes very difficult to. It becomes a extra cognitive step you have to take to engage in, punching someone in the face in the bar, right? Because there's
well,
heat
the
coming
thing
from
is, the thing is it ain't gonna undo your face getting smashed by getting punched in the bar. I mean, they can say, yeah, here's Bob, he's the guy that did it, but you're still in the hospital getting facial reconstruction. So I mean, ultimately, when you think about the camera as a concept, it really doesn't do anything to make anybody safe. Okay, but what it does do is it makes people think that they're safe for some reason, but it doesn't make you safe. San Francisco, we were talking about this the other day. In San Francisco, when they rolled out the Google Glass, there was a bunch of people up here walking around with Google Glass, Silicon Valley, because that's where I live. And some chick was in a bar up in San Francisco, had the Google Glass on. Somebody in the bar didn't want to be recorded. And they knew they had the Google Glass on. The chick got punched in the face. They knocked the Google glasses off her face. She actually did get her face punched in a bar over her Google Glass, because people didn't want to.
Yeah, but I guess there's a difference between the camera up in the corner behind the bar watching the clientele, right, than someone who's wearing something like Google Glass, where it's in your face, right? It's not some sort of third person looking down on the whole. It's very personal with respect
it has
to
a face, literally, right? It has a face on
Yeah.
it. And the thing that cracks me up is that going back to the 1960s, the cameras were so small. Once fiber optics got invented, right, you could have a strand of fiber optic cable be the lens. You could put it literally anywhere. The CIA and all these other intelligence agencies around the world were doing that. So, and today, I mean, yeah, there's cameras everywhere. I mean, and the idea that, this poor person with their glasses on gets punched is kind of ridiculous, like you say, because there's definitely a camera inside that bar. There's probably 42 cameras inside that bar. They just don't know.
Right, but I mean, for them, they're like sitting there with their, lover or whatever. You know what I mean? They're hiding out in the bar after work or whatever, just having a drink, and all of a sudden, here comes somebody with Google Glass. I mean, when you think about what the future is going to look like with augmented reality glasses, you'll be able to walk into a bar with your glasses on, and when you look at someone, it'll go boop, 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 like the Bionic Man, and all of a sudden, if you're a man or a woman, depending, you'll see somebody there at the bar that you're interested in, and all of a sudden, all their Facebook shit will come up in your glass. You'll know whether they're single or not, where they work, what they do, what they're into. You'll be able to walk right up to the person who doesn't have the augmented reality glasses on, have no idea what you got on your glass. You just walk up and go, oh, yeah, whew. Man, I sure do love volleyball.
So yeah, how about the Cambridge education? What do you think of Cambridge? Because you'll have that whole thing. I mean, that's the thing. Like, people have no idea right now, like, how good this is going to be, right?
Yeah, man,
it is going to be that good.
Talk about a grift. Imagine the grift you could do with if you had your augmented reality glasses on.
Yeah, but then are you just going to be putting in an extra barrier of suspicion with people? Right? Because I mean, I don't want to be crude, but we were watching a clip on my last stream, and well, to put it politely, it was in Stratford in London. And it was a large coloured lady taking a dump in a phone booth. And the guys caught her filming, and he's berating her. And
so she was filming her. She was filming herself taking a dump.
Some dudes walking down the street, sees this woman, and she's a big girl, and he just starts calling her out like dirty bitch. He keeps going dirty bitch.
Wow.
And then he walks past her and shows her that he's filming her, and she's literally got the toilet paper that she's just ran through her ass crack, holding it in her hand as and it's a phone booth, right? So there's not much place to put the hand up. So she's literally waving the piece of dirty paper right in front of 2 inches from her nose, telling this dude to. But I made the point that once the augmented reality is here, and the face recognition, and if you have the non-civilian version, boom, you're gonna see that woman walking down the street, and that will pop up, right? A little claim to fame as it's already been stored. And
what about this? What if you went down somewhere and put up a little sign that said psychic, and then you had these glasses on, but unbeknownst to the people that are paying you $20 for like 10 minutes, and they come up and you got these Google glasses and you just go, oh yes, I see that you've lost your job. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, you've applied for a few jobs. Yeah, you applied for that job at the computer engineering job. Looks like that one is probably not going to happen for you. Could you imagine? People would. You imagine what a clientele you would set up, because they would believe that you had the ability to see into their brain, and now you can with your augmented reality and because there's this thing, it's called Clear something. I can't think of the name of the software, but Chicago Police Department was busted using it because all they need is one picture of you. Like, they can take a picture of you in your car while you're sitting there all mugged out. You're sitting in there all sad because you got pulled over. They take a picture of you, and they run this software, and it scans all across the internet, across everywhere on the internet where that picture is. It does facial recognition on it, and then it goes to your social media, and it goes right. And they sit there in their car with this, and they're looking at what you posted on social media. Maybe you got smart. Maybe you don't like cops. You know what I mean? Maybe you're over there saying stuff about who knows. But they know, and they go right to your social media, and use that. So I mean, in the future, maybe it'll be, when I was younger, there was a bar over here in San Jose, and they used to have phones, like actual hardline phones, at every table. You know what I mean? And above the table, there would be numbers hanging off the ceiling. And if you wanted to talk to the person who was sitting at a table, you're at another table, you could call that number that was hanging above their table, and it would make their phone ring on the table. So people just go there and go, it's like a place where you go hang out or whatever, your buddies and your friends and your girlfriend's party, whatever. So you can go there and you can just call each other on the phone, because I mean the hardest part for everybody to meet is like the actual walking up and talking to each other part. So that kind of concept is like how it'll be maybe in the future. You walk into a bar, and your contact tracing software, the same kind of software they're using to contact trace you, they could use that to also help you find a mate. If you say you're single, you go into a bar, your phone tells you, like, within 30 feet of you, there's 3 or 4 single people that match your criteria. They have interests similar to yours.
But in a way, that seems less harmless to me than because you're taking a crapshoot, right? When you go out to a bar looking for someone, and okay, of course you want to see the person physically, I guess. There's that aspect to attraction, but you don't know who you're meeting and hooking up with at a bar, right? And so why not? I can see the utility of having some filters in place.
Yeah, I mean, why not? This goes into that Devosian dude who says the Google knows you better than you know yourself. And then, I mean, if that is true, then it would know if your soulmate was standing across the bar from you, or on the train, or at the supermarket. There could be some alert on your phone. Boop, 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 boop. You
well,
know,
I mean, we're
you're
here
within...
already, right? It's been like that for a long time.
Maybe I should develop the software myself.
I think that was left
proximity detection. Proximity detection, soulmate proximity detector.
It's called Tinder and Grindr. What it's called, right?
Yeah, but those are flat. Those are flat images. This is real time. You can see the person. You can find out if you got a physical attraction, or you stand next to them. If your pheromones are striking, man. You know, you feel the electricity. You know, that kind of shit.
Well, we've kind of devolved back into that, right? How many people, when you go to the bar and you see two friends sitting right next to each other and they got their beers and they're texting each other, even though they're 3 feet away from each other. So, you know, it kind of goes back to that whole, it's not so personal anymore. That you know, instead of dialing the phone across the room, you're just
this
texting
also
3 feet away.
This also saves a lot of time, you know. And I mean,
why, you can type faster than you can talk? I know I can.
Well, no, I'm just saying if it already has sifted out, like you walked into a bar and there's 100 people in there, it sifts everybody out of there. So you walk in the bar, there's either 1 or 2 people in there for you or nobody. You know, it eliminates you having to hang around, you know, wasting time. You know, talking to people that, you know, are not, you know, it's like speed dating, only you eliminate the actual, you know, bullshit in between. You just walk right up to the person. You know, and who knows, maybe their thing was going off too. Boop, 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 boop. Rio's in the house. You know what I mean? The ladies are all looking around. Rio walks in and everybody's looking over their shoulder, trying to see their phones are buzzing in their pockets or whatever. You see what I mean? I mean, this... in the future, man, you know, cuts away the bullshit. You just get right with the person who you're attracted to. I mean, why waste time with someone who doesn't like you?
That's using you. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wouldn't that be funny?
Literal...
You get a chat bubble on your phone that says, warning, this person may try to rip you off in the near future.
I was just going to say, yeah. People have been rating. They put ratings in, and she stole my credit card.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other night. Go ahead, Epic German. We were talking about that the other night, that you get rated like you rate a restaurant.
Uber drivers, yeah,
you rate a restaurant.
So no, well, that's the thing. Like what I really see come into play here. Like if it was democratized to the point that everybody has the same access to the same information, the same tools, that's one thing, right? Like that's, you know, okay, you can wear the glasses, you don't wear the glasses, or the retina, or the brain computer interfaces, whatever it might be. It's going to be BCIs in the future, of course, but for the immediate, you know, future, it'd be something like glasses. And so, okay, well, if everybody has access to the same service, basically, in the same information, that's great. Okay, fine, but it won't be that way. I don't think it will. It'll be tiers of information, right? Like, so somebody will pay the extra money or have the extra clout to get the extra information because it's available, right? And meanwhile, the poor peons out there just have a little limited basis of information, so you're never on a competitive playing field, right? I mean, that's what I see happening. Because I can't imagine it not doing that, because somebody's going to abuse that technology. They will, because it's human nature. They're going to.
Well, it goes further. It goes further than that, because there's this element of, you know, people are going out to socialize because okay, if they're settled in a relationship, you might be looking for business opportunities, right? And often that's how something will come along, right? You go along, you meet someone, and you find you got something in common, and you know, he's got something that can benefit what you're doing, and vice versa. And you know, are we spoiling the game in that fashion? I would say we use those tools now. So I think to be overtly
man, this would be another natural ability that we would shovel off onto another system, because like we were talking about, remembering phone numbers and remembering addresses and how to get to places. Now that we use GPS and our phones keep track of everything, people's memories are not as good as they used to be, because they're not constantly trying to remember. It's the same thing with this. But I think the biggest stumbling block to a lot of people interacting, that are by themselves or single, is that they, getting together and being able to talk and find somebody that you can jive with, and the odds of that, in a bar or wherever you are, there may be one or, like I say, there may be one or two perfect people for you every place you go. You know what I mean? But you never would know. You might be attracted to somebody else in that room. See what I mean? It's like you may have a physical attraction to somebody else in that room, but the person that you're attracted to could care less about you. But there is another person in that room who you would be attracted to if you knew about her, but she didn't stand out because she wasn't wearing a micro mini dress or whatever and a thong. She was over there, and so, but the computer knows that you guys, that she's into she likes crystals and she paints and, this and that. You like the same kind of music, this kind of shit. So it would make for a more perfect union. I mean, if you're going to get together that night for a one night stand, at least you'd have something to talk about.
Yeah.
And the other girl, the other chick, you're going to buy her drinks all night and she's going to leave with the bouncer.
Right.
You know what I mean?
There's so people are saying in my chat that the software that you're talking about that was taking images of people, that's called Clearview. And
yeah, Clearview.
Israeli company. I'll get to press my button again.
Yeah, Clearview. That's exactly right. Your chat room is 100% dead on, man.
Yeah, and Israel aggregating all your data again, folks. What can I say? What can I say?
Well, what can anybody say? I mean, whoever has the technology has the power. Period. And but always remember, even if somebody has it and they got it from someplace else, the person who put it together originally still has it. So they thought they stole it or whatever like that. Or they got it somehow, and but I mean, contracts are given. I mean, obviously, you don't have to even get weird about it, and you can just look up a company called NICE, NICE, N.I.C.E, and that company is it's probably going to be the overlay of all the smart cities in the world. So when the smart cities are all networked together, NICE systems, they changed their name. They're not called NICE systems anymore.
Kind of like Blackwater. Yeah, changed their name, right?
Exactly. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're going to put them in a category, that would be it. So if you're going to say worldwide, what's it going to look like? NICE systems sitting over the top of everything, and Blackwater's the new police department. Contracted officers. But bottom line is, the other contract that Israel has is also with the monitoring of all telecommunication contact runs through Israel for some reason. So I mean, these are contracts that are bought, and that they're held. And so the thing is, if there's a middleman between me and you, because this is what I do for a living, telecommunications. So if there's a middleman between me and you, Doc, then they can hear everything you and I say.
Yeah, man in the middle hack.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is like here, I work here. I've done quite a bit of work for AT&T in my career, a lot of fiber work. I've been in those rooms that people talk about that exist. I've been in some of the biggest. I mean, literally, I bid a job at the American Express data center in Phoenix, Arizona. So I was in that data center walking around looking at a job. That's the level of shit that I used to put in, just to, put it in perspective. So, I've been in the rooms, man. They exist. I mean, I've been in level 3 gateways. I was building shelters for level 3 out in Phoenix, Arizona. When they bought level 3, had leased up all the railroad land in America, and they went around putting in 4-inch conduits everywhere.
For running fiber optic, you mean?
Yeah, all along the railroads, railroad land, and then they put, because you can only go a certain amount of miles before you have to re-energize the light So it's basically every 50 miles they put a shelter, and I was the superintendent over the building of those shelters for level 3 when I was in it.
Which is L3, right? So
right.
For people who are listening who don't know, they see the logo. It's L3.
Mm-hmm. So there's fiber everywhere. For every pipe that they put in that had cable in it, they put another pipe that was empty. So there's a whole all along the railroads everywhere is big fiber backbones. The level 3 laid cable everywhere in the United States. And there's cable right now. There's something you can do. Do you guys know? Have you anybody on here ever heard of dark fiber? You guys know what that is?
Yep.
No. Oh, this is stuff that's not used and it sits in reserve.
Yeah.
It's already in the ground. It's just nobody's connected to it.
Right. So basically, no one owns it. So if you could, if you can get dark fiber and know where it is, you could get it and lease it to people. Because nobody owns it. And so there's a whole bunch of cable that's laying everywhere, especially in rural areas, because a bunch of times what happened was they thought they were going to expand into rural areas, so they laid cable, but then stuff happened and people just forgot about it. There was no money in it anymore because now there was wireless or whatever, so there's all kinds of fiber just laying there, man. And I mean, the thing is, I mean, one of the biggest things people could do for themselves if they don't like the situation with their internet, you can make your own local internet. You don't need Comcast or any of these other places. You could have your own internet as fast as you want. I mean, all you need is fiber. So if you got a connection that you can get a piece of fiber to it, then once you got it, you can distribute it. You know, it's super easy. It's so easy. You can go in your neighborhood and do it for yourselves. Your whole neighborhood could have your own internet. So nobody could mess with it. Well, I mean, obviously you could mess with it on the switch level, you know. But I mean, but other than that, you can do it anything you want. They did a whole thing up here in San Leandro. They brought fiber in. They gave the city. They said, hey, if you let me use your pipe, I'll give you part of my fiber. You know, I'll pull a cable in for the children to the library. So they pulled
for the children.
I swear to God, that's what they did. So the city gave them over the pipe. So they basically pulled in fiber, this ring up in San Leandro, California, for this company called OSI Soft, who makes sensors. They make industrial sensors, and they're the biggest sensor company in the world. And so they couldn't get fiber in there. So the dude who owned OSI, he just started a company and made his own fiber. He put a ring in there, and they brought this whole thing. BART trains from San Francisco go to San Leandro. It's real easy commute back and forth on the train on BART. So they were going to build this high-speed ring, you know, and they were you know, they were possible to have a terabyte over there, you know.
Terabyte per second.
Right.
Yeah, download. So we my old company, we actually took all that dark fiber in Poway, California, used it for buildings, and so now we made a deal to get it, right? Because it had been put in there for the infrastructure of other buildings that didn't get built, like you're saying, basically. So it was already there, right? And we basically claimed it. So instead of spending the $3 million, whatever it was going to be for us to get the fiber to our place, right? You know, to contract it out. We were able to snag what was the infrastructure was already there, essentially. Now there's an issue with it though. Like when people claim it, like, so for example, if somebody took our dark fiber network that we actually ended up buying, then what would have happened if somebody snagged it like you're describing is they'd be subject to piracy laws because they're stealing our internet now. You know what I mean? So there's a danger in that because you don't know who's going to take, you know, buy the rights essentially, right? I mean, so the fact it's there. It's not just completely unattended. You know, there's people on our side that have the data and the switches like you're describing that run that. So there's that. But what's going to happen in we're always talking about the future. It's not that far in the future, man. The LiDAR thing. I mean, it's going to be in every LED panel everywhere in the world. That's going to be so pervasive that stuff like we're talking about fiber is going to be almost negligible by comparison because it may be the backbone that supplies, let's say, the city or something.
Yeah, but
then
you
all
know,
these other panels built up from there.
that's the thing though, is you could take fiber and for yourself, and you could build one of these pops for yourself. You know, you could just you can get a connection and just come right in. You can beam it across to yourself. You could put it, you know, there. You could have it, you know, get the wireless away from your property if you don't want it. You know what I mean? Or, you know, you could use it out on your property. You know, same thing. You can beam it from from a location. You can shoot it over there with these directional dishes. They shoot
lasers. You can do lasers, yeah.
Yeah, you can do lasers, or they have LED. You know, point to point. So there's all kinds of stuff, man, going on. You know, with this stuff. But I mean, the biggest thing was Google was going to do this thing where they were going to give everybody free internet up to a certain point, and then
the balloons.
Yeah, no, this was with fiber. So so what they were doing was they had a contest here in the Bay Area. They had these companies come, and they wanted to see who was the fastest company at micro trenching. So what they were doing was because they were going to bring fiber to all these houses all across America, and you know, the biggest and hardest problem about putting in cable in the ground and the street and stuff is you have to get permits and stop traffic and all this shit. It's a massive, long, time-consuming thing. But what they came up with was this thing called micro trenching, which is they cut this slit in the asphalt. Okay, you know, it's like 2 inches deep and a quarter of an inch wide, and they slice it, and then they take this plastic thing and they drop it in there, and there's fiber in there, and then they come across the top of that with epoxy, and so they can do 1,000 feet terminated end to end in a day. So they had this race between these companies who had to cut the hole, put the cable in, clean it up. And so they have a truck that does this whole thing, and it sucks the dirt up and all this. It's unbelievable, man. So, you know, it's possible that we didn't have to have wireless floating around everywhere. But, I mean, at this point, why would you go through all that when you can just get it off of Elon Musk's satellite, you know, or, you know, some other method, 5G. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I get that from a security standpoint, it's just that those signals that are in the air are catchable.
Yeah.
Right. It's
another reason.
That's the issue. I mean, I personally, I think, yeah, it's your optimal is fiber to your house, and like I say, Mark Kulak has this guy on who's from, I think, Bay Area, where these people are having the big, powerful transmitters being put in front of their houses.
Whoa.
Right?
Dude, Pyramid 7 is Nice Systems certified. I can't believe that, P7. You know what? I met a dude who was selling that, Nice Systems. I met a dude, and he got me all squared away on that. That's a trip. Hey, would you be willing to come on, P7? Just tell me in the chat if you'd be willing to come on and talk about Nice. Not tonight, but like soon. Let me know if you would. That's an intense system. It's all, you know, you could call it an event monitoring system. Like, for example, when shootings happen in Las Vegas, the minute the 911 call come in, Nice Systems is monitoring every single thing that happens. Every single keystroke, every single gallon of gas, every single car, every single license plate reader, every single helicopter, every single gun that goes off, everything. And then when it's all over, it can go back and look at it, and then create a plan. So like next time it could, you know, the ambulances will roll quicker because you knew there was construction on such and such a route. This kind of thing. But I mean, it's a little bit deeper than that, but I'm just kind of giving you an overlay about that. He says, cool. Yeah, right on, man. I don't know if he's going to come on P7. If you do, let me know. We'll do a whole thing on Nice Systems.
Someone's asking me, why do they put graphene oxide to these vaxxers? As an adjuvant. This is, it's just, graphene is just carbon chemistry, right? and it's a means of delivering molecules that can have desired effects. I don't think graphene oxide is doing the it's building the Elon Musk neuralase in your brain. I don't think so, because we know it doesn't have persistence, right? It's very difficult for something to remain persistent in the body. A la Johnson & Johnson, right? That efficacy right now with that virus vector is effectively zero.
Good.
Right? And this is something that's known about for people that work with gene delivery systems, right? And like I say, I've used them, and that means me working with people who understand the expression systems as well. And it was always a case of, yeah, we can do this, but your experiment will run for 6 months, and then we've got to do it again.
Mm-hmm.
And you're seeing exactly the same thing happen now.
The other thing is that this field that we're talking about and these types of injectables and all this stuff, I mean, this is like at the cutting edge of technology that what's available. So, there's materials that are being used now and that are going to be being used in the future that are probably going to, if you're only looking at it from one perspective, it could look at it and say it's evil or whatever. But at the same time, they're moving into a direction with like, we're on such a small scale at this point and trying to affect things in the human body. And so, who knows what's going to happen in the future? There may be some, truth serum. There may be a fountain of youth. I don't know.
Well, the truth serum is just your metadata, right? That's what they're building out the image of everyone with this, and it's all being done automatically. Yeah. It's just when the Eye of Sauron turns onto it and just says, "Okay, this is."
Yeah. Well,
this looks back. So I was just to bring it into what we were doing this evening. So imagine that there's a statistical probability that using reverse speech, you can catch something 50-60% of the time, right? So as well as them recording your speech, and they automatically run, because it's just a spectrogram at the end of the day, right? That they've got, and once it's in that form, it's easy for a machine to be manipulating it. Then why wouldn't they do that? And why, they could trash it down, because you can hear the phoneme in that reverse speech for sure. And again, yeah, I get it that there's a degree of priming in it, especially if you're just coming to it fresh. But like again, if you're the expert, why not take that information source? And this is all that everything boils down to, is how much data can you aggregate, and not just that, how can you sort through it in as quick a fashion as possible to pull out a prediction that's useful. Right? It's no good pulling all that data and it takes you 6 months to crunch it. And I guess this is where the cutting edge is right now. And that's what I was doing, which was to analyze movement, and from there you can work back to predict brain state. And
yeah,
they do
like micro emotions, right? Like same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think when we were talking about the one of the things that it occurred to me, when we're listening to the real. Oh, we're going to close out, right?
Yeah, we gotta go. Everybody on Aftermath, we'll see you Sunday morning with Rock and Rio and myself. We're going to do a Tom Petty special in the second hour. I don't know what we're going to do in the first hour. Thanks for being here tonight. Thanks, Doc, for being here. Thanks, everybody, for being here. We're going to stick around on Overdrive over here on YouTube in the Microcosm of Jimmy Jean Strike Zone if you guys want to join us. Don't forget, $79 for the year, and you are in like Flynn, so to speak. All right, we'll see you guys Sunday morning. And we'll see everybody at the after party. It's Aftermath FM. It's in the microcosm. See ya.
fool. Good love is gone by, baby. Girl, I've been played for a fool. But I'm turning the tables on you. Sweetheart, you've been playing dirty pool.
Damn, that's just making me dizzy. It's so loud in my headphones. Woo! Alright, so there we go. We're out of there, man. We're clear. I think Bruce boned out anyway.
Yeah, I saw. He hung in there for a while. He hung in there, and we didn't give him a shot early on. But I think he just says, "Okay, well, it's late." But this thing with the micro emotions and this idea that we're kind of talking about with what you can read in reverse speech. I think there's something to this in the sense that if Doc's still with us, he might be hitting up checking the perimeter. I'm not sure. You there, Doc?
Yeah, he stepped off for a minute.
Yeah, so I'll wait till he gets back.
All right.
But,
Well, listen. While you guys are here, let me let you hang, and let me go grab me some hot coffee out of here.
Yeah, I'll get with Rio, and we can talk. We won't say it on the air. But
Yeah, either that, or why don't I play music and then we'll all go get something to drink and come back. So I'll play some King Weed because I won't get in trouble. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah. No, just for I'll get with you after the show after we are done with YouTube as well.
Make sure
for your shipping details.
Yeah, make sure you get that because we're going into VR, ladies and
We're
gentlemen.
going into VR, folks. We're going. Well, I'm already here. I'm in it right now.
But we're going. We're going to be doing we're doing the show in VR. All right.
Do you have your Pokeballs ready?
Well, I don't know, man. I'll have my fat joint ready. Here we go. We'll be right back. This is King Weed. Let there be weed. All right, there goes King Weed. Let there be weed. Are you guys back?
Yeah, I am. I had to.
Oh, good.
I had to get tea. And the wife's made carrot cake, so.
You got some carrot cake too?
Yeah. But you got the weed, dude. I'll do the munches for you.
No problem. No, I just went. I just went in there.
Just so you know, I did trigger some people.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
You mean over in the chat room over there?
Yeah.
Trippy. So yeah, I saw somebody. I think it was Chad was over here, saying that something was going on at Aftermath. I thought it was our sound, but I guess that's what he was talking about, huh?
Yeah.
What they don't
got
like?
bent out of shape over the,
They don't like you no more.
Well, they like the other guy.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because
What
you're
I
not
walk into-
enjoying the reverse speech?
Yeah, now
Oh, no, because I said the other person who had interviewed you last week was a douchebag.
Oh.
Well, he was. No. So now that you're back, Doctor, I wanted to crack open a little bit what you're talking about, that 50-60% efficacy of doing reverse speech and using AI to find the patterns, perhaps. Because I think there's something to this. Like we're talking about, I mentioned micro emotions. Like they were using that as a big thing for, when they're interviewing potential criminals at the crime scene with the interview room, and they had the cameras on them, and they're interpreting these little micro emotions. So it's like a lie detector test, right? They tell people, ask questions, and they gauge the response using, even back then in the 90s when they first started doing this, that I know of, with limited artificial intelligence they had even back then, to try to see those things that we can't see with our naked eye, right? To see those little twitches of the eye, or a little smirk or something, right? So in the case of this reverse speech, when we were talking about it, what I remember is I saw a series of videos, and I'd like to link them, but I don't have them handy right now, but I'll describe them, where they followed these two kids around. There was a channel that followed these two kids around. They're like not preteens, they're early teens, like 13 years old. One's a boy, one's a girl, and they learned how to speak backwards perfectly. Like they could immediately speak, like they were born with it. Basically, they've always been able to talk backwards. The boy was from a young age. The girl, like always, it seemed like. And so they introduced, after they did this series of videos, kind of laying up the premise, they or outlining it. They brought them together, and they started having these conversations, and they filmed it in reverse. Like they're both talking in reverse completely, and it was really fun to watch because they were doing a great job. I mean, and it's being interpreted while you're watching it, what they're saying, right? It just with the subtext, subtitles, right? While they just talk fluid in reverse. And there was a spot where the girl says something to the boy, like laughing, and is caught up in a moment, and says this thing like off the cuff, like in a totally honest way, like, I mean, just absolutely like naturally in reverse. And the boy looks at him, or her rather, and goes, you just see it in his eyes. He didn't catch it. I didn't understand that, right? And at that moment, to me, I realized that the boy was kind of I won't say adept, but was what do you call it? He basically he glommed onto it early on and learned to do it. He didn't actually hear it all in reverse, and she did. Like that was the difference. She did. So when you're talking about the Tourette's connection, it made me think about that, because I think there is something to that. There are people who absolutely can and do it intentionally, not even intentionally. It's just second nature to them. Like their brain is wired to actually be able to do it. She didn't have to do it.
Just think of, well, I want to use the Tourette's as an example because it's something concrete that a lot of people have either experienced or they just know about it through sort of popular culture. But when you're having to do something, right? Someone's come into your space, or you've gone into some other person's space where you're having to communicate. You know that there's this cognitive processing going on, and think about when you're trying to get something from someone, right? I don't know, you want to borrow Bob's lawnmower, right? just as a random example, and you're going to go over and try and I would say sweet talk, butter him up in some way, right? Compliment him in such a manner that your grass is looking great, Bob. Can I borrow the lawnmower to do my lawn? But
right.
That person hates Bob because of his immaculate lawn, right? And that so we know that there are levels to speech and interaction that are in effect hidden or not verbalized, but we know that they're part of the extant monologue in the brain. And Tourette's is just this inability to sort of filter these other networks that are making these assumptions, processing all the time of this information, right? And it's sort of done on a, what is the quantum of conscious processing at the macro scale? It's difficult to say, but around 50 milliseconds seems to be a critical number that we see in neurophysiology across extended systems, and harmonic or subharmonic you sort of see, and and this lays into.
Isn't that interesting? Because for VR to work the way they want it to work, this is why 5G and actually 6G is going to be more important to make it work for AR, augmented reality. They want 20 milliseconds or less latency.
Yeah.
So isn't that interesting? Like so you have this boundary where you're saying something's noticeable at 50 milliseconds. Essentially, it's outside of it. It's not fluid at that point.
Yeah,
I guess
so it's like the screen, right? It's the screen flicker phenomenon where you can.
Yes.
Well, the graphics. So if you play graphics at 25 frames per second, it looks clunky, but somehow a movie played at 25 frames per second can look really fluid, right? And it's a difference just in the way the computers are running, but we know that there's these harmonics, if you like, to perception, and there are bigger Gestalt-like networks that look at stuff in a big picture way, and others that tend to be very reductive, and you have to find a balance between the two. But the 20 milliseconds is a number that I would have honed in on and said, that you want below the emergent threshold that we see within neurophysiological processing. And like I say, 50 milliseconds is, so by the time that I see something so we were talking about reward pathways earlier in the week, and those neurons fire, dopaminergic neurons fire, even though there's been neuronal firing from receptors to lateral geniculate nucleus and then down to these hindbrain structures which dopaminergic neurons sort of sit on top of. That takes on average 50 milliseconds, and in that time period there's a debate about if they're dopaminergic neurons. People think of dopamine as pleasure. Has the brain had time to fully interpret the signal as, oh, that's rewarding, other than when and this comes down to semantics as well. So versus, is something just salient in the environment that dopamine fires to say, switch processing from the reductive network that's involved in with the current problem, switch to the Gestalt network so you can take a big snapshot very quick of what's going on and process from there. And it's
math. It's math,
Yeah.
right? I mean, so like in the sense of VR, what the term they use is called presence, to where you are unable to distinguish what you're seeing in VR from the real world. In other words, where not unable to distinguish, you can always distinguish it. There's always something you can find, to cue you in. But I mean, to where you can trick the mind into believing you're actually there. So this state of presence, it needs that sub 50 millisecond threshold. Ideally 20 milliseconds is what they're shooting for, and that seems to be the problem. That's the bottleneck, right? I mean, it's so rare. There are times it happens, and when it happens, I've been doing VR since 2013, and there's only been, outside of being high or drunk or something, there's only been a couple times where I've really been actually thought I was someplace else. I really thought it. And it's obviously those moments where that threshold's been met. I mean, and so with today's processing power, it's rare you're actually going to catch that, But when it does happen, it's pretty phenomenal, man. It is otherworldly. There's no other way to describe it. That is what it is. Like you really do feel like you're someplace else. And it generally doesn't last long. It only lasts because, and I think that's probably because you just you went under that threshold just long enough for it to work, right? And then your processor slowed down, overheated, or the GPU couldn't handle it, or whatever it is, right? Or the if it's streaming, it's from someplace you can't keep it up. But when it does happen, it's definitely to me something that it's achievable. It's definitely achievable. There's no question about it. I mean,
But
it's
the
absolutely
augmented reality is, I would say, that's the first jump, right?
Yeah,
They
definitely.
They get that, and that's seamless with the overlay.
The overlays, because overlays don't require as much power, right? Processing power, so they can keep that latency way down, and use the real world as reference points. In other words, the wireframe mod, mod, that's the right word. The wireframe construction is already there, right? It's already mapped, and so that's very little. That's like pages of a book. It's next to nothing in processing power. And then the overlay can just use those coordinates to put the overlay there, and the overlays themselves don't have to be that complex. And then use the real things you're seeing. Your brain's already doing the work, and just overlay on there. Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be so profoundly good. It is.
Well, double-edged sword there, as we were talking earlier, just because you're going to be sort of pinging. This is so. Stu Peters is pushing this particular individual. I forget her name now, but she's talking about how they've got these patents for tracing, right? And so they want to know who's been into contact with who by geolocation data from phones, and that then that's the entryway into being able to pull up who's who and what is their digital presence and footprint, and then that gets where those resources are. I guess are they going to be in the glasses? Probably not. It's got to be more cloud-based, and but it's a brave new world. But I don't see how they're rolling it out as any. It doesn't look benign in its current format to me.
No, I think it's all Trojan
benign.
horse. Yeah, it's all Trojan horse, right? Don't you think so, real? Like it seems to be like what they're doing is, and I love VR. I think it's great, but and I think AR is really good too. But I can totally see how it's going to be used in a bad way, in a nefarious way, 100%. Especially when we start having this eye tracking and positional tracking related to everybody using it. I mean, it's intimate at that point. It's delving into your brain, right? It is. It knows your habits. It knows it knows everything about you, and that data is not going away. It's all stored. You know what I mean? So now you are subject, 121A35 or whatever, and it knows everything about that subject, and next time you get online or boot up or enter the metaverse or whatever it's going to be, it just takes all the knowledge it's already had about you and boots that up, knows your likes, dislikes, and what you're likely to find attractive, and puts you in that direction to the point where it can start nudging and influencing you on a level that is unprecedented.
Well,
And also,
even just the amount of scrape that they've gotten off of something like Facebook, right? It's been around 14 years now, 15 years, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So just that body of data with what some people put on there, right? They're posting every day. They're putting all their pictures up of their family, their kids. So, even the facial recognition software now can maybe make a better estimation of how the kids have aged over the last 15 years, or, so for when you go into virtual reality, it's easier to age a face, or it's easier to decipher what changes people might have, whether they grew a beard or whether they dyed their hair or had to get new glasses, because all those reference points are already stored there, and they're already up and running.
So VR is it's like hallucinating. So it's just the same, like we've talked about what they learned in the 60s about the brain and all the dopamine things that they put together with the LSD experiences. Now they're going to create that same experience with VR. So you don't have to take LSD to be able to hallucinate.
But there's a somatic component to LSD as well, which you're not going to be able to replicate. Remember, you've got serotonergic receptors all through your body, and so this is why I'll always make the argument that it's always that presence, the immersion that Epic is talking about. It's going to be fleeting, and the tripping out visuals of a LSD experience will get tiring because you don't have the somatic syncing up, if you like,
Mm-hmm.
and
reinforcement almost.
Yeah. And look, there was a paper that's come out. It was actually last week, where they showed that it was a study done in mice, to make of it what you will, that they're able to recapitulate inflammatory disorders once they've induced some degree of inflammation, say chronic pain model or something, or inflammatory bowel was the one they were focusing on, by triggering areas in the cortex. I think it was the insula. It would make sense that it was the insula of the brain, and they're able to make the animals sick despite there not being the irritant that was there to cause them to be ill in the first place. So now you're sort of getting close to some approximation of the neural basis of psychosomatic illness.
Right, psychotronic weaponry almost. Yeah,
psychosomatic illness, right? So you can basically have what's Crohn's disease, right? Irritable bowel syndrome. You probably got sick at one point in your life where, talking about our friend in the telephone booth, the body has a shock to it. She's all over the internet now for taking it wasn't like she snipped off a Christmas log. It was, let's just say, it looked a fluid dispersion, and so now that's going to imprint on the brain, and we have these, and this tends to overlap with neuroses.
Is she the queen of Chocolate Lake? I mean, I've heard of King Shit of Turd Mountain, but maybe she's the queen, the lady of the lake, the lady of the Chocolate Lake.
The lake. Oh no, Excalibur. Yeah,
oh, come on, you're gonna give me like trauma-based hallucinations now.
And that's the gist of this, right? It's trauma-based reinforcement. It's reinforcing those pathways, those neural pathways through trauma, and it makes it repetitive because it's like they say, the shortest distance, is between 2 points, whatever straight line. Well, these straight lines, they're not necessarily straight, they're reinforced, right, through repetitiveness and through trauma, and it becomes, it's not just medicine, it's psychology. To me, psychology is not a science. I'm always the guy who says that that's not true. That psychology doesn't merit being a science yet. You can't repeat psychology. It's not something quantifiable. It's not. If it weren't not for Skinner boxes, there would be no psychology considered a science. That's just a fact. It's the only thing you can, seems to me, it could reproduce, right? So, and I may be wrong on that, but I always think that way.
Well, I think someone called Milgram might disagree with you. And,
Yeah. I get arguments about it. Like I'm a psychology 101 guy, right? So I'm not super informed in the subject. Although I do know a lot about it. Like I do study Jung and all those guys, Jung. Right?
You were just making an extreme example. You weren't you didn't mean it literally.
Well, so yeah. What I'm basically getting at is that that poor girl, because of her traumatic experience, that is like trauma-based mind control. What MK Ultra was doing, it's imprinting impressions, right? So now there's this pathway, neural pathway, as Doc could probably testify much more better than any of us. It's been formed and it gets reinforced every time she sees that video, right? and it becomes something of a psychosis as well, because now she can't get rid of it. It's a hang up,
So somebody brought up in the chat room that did she have some medical issue or something? So let's just say, imagine you were
looking at the stool, yeah.
I'm just saying, listen, imagine you were walking down the street and all of a sudden you had that problem, like you ate some Chinese food in the refrigerator. And all of a sudden, there's no bathrooms around. It's like people are locked out because of COVID and all this shit. There's no bathrooms, nowhere to go. And the only thing you see around you is a phone booth. And you decide, I'm just hang on.
There's got to be a garbage can or something.
Hold on. You decide to go for it.
Might not be a garbage can. No, that's
Dude, check this out. You decide to go for it. You do it. You go in the phone booth. And you couldn't hold it. A minute later, and there's some dude with his cell phone right behind you the whole way. He's like, what the fuck? And he films you and shit and just catches you in that moment. And now the whole world thinks you're just like some lowlife shitting in the phone booth or whatever.
Well, he's probably seen it before. Like he probably saw her do it before, and she probably does have some severe Crohn's disease kind of affliction or something. And then, yeah, it's tragic in that sense, but it's also funny to the rest of us in a sense because, well, you know,
It goes
come
back
on,
to what we were saying before about cameras being everywhere.
Yeah, well, that's right. You know, we've all done embarrassing things. I don't want a camera on me every minute of every day, and I think that that's what people are missing about this AR world that we're starting to make is that there is going to be a camera on us every minute of every day, and the youngsters don't seem to mind, and that's what's blowing my mind. Like to me, this is what's blowing my mind. Like privacy means a lot to me. The Fourth Amendment means a lot to me. These are rights we fought for.
Well,
you know, and now they're going to take them away.
I think the current statistic is that on a daily basis, you're recorded by 70 different cameras every day. So just in the course of your normal routine.
So Jaron Lanier went to a school for gifted children. Everybody had super high IQs. You know, they were about 50, you know, between 15 and 18 years old. And they asked them a question, you know, what about the future or whatever, and they just felt like they weren't going to be needed in the future. So there's a whole generation of people who really feel like there's nothing for them. They don't care. They're apathetic. They don't give a shit about their privacy or anything else. You know, they don't care, and they don't have any sweat equity in the maintaining of the freedoms that we just take for granted when you live someplace like America. You take certain shit for granted. People just have always had it, so they just assume that it's always going to be there, just like cell phones. There's a whole generations of people that have always had a cell phone, you know, and there's a whole bunch of people that were there before cell phones remember what it was like. You know.
You just triggered me, Jimmy. You just triggered me. No, the moderating the Mandela effect subreddit on Reddit. One of the things theories come up all the time, and one of the best ones, and I instigated it was about timelines, about when did this really start happening. Well, there's almost no Mandela effects after 1998, almost none, right? But there's a few, and they go on to there's like a waypoint 2005, and then nothing after 2008-9. So in other words, anything that came into existence post 2008, let's say, there's no such thing. There's no Mandela effect related to it at all. So what changed? What happened in 1998? If you go back to 1998 and you go back and you hit these waypoints of it there in 2005 and 2008, it was cellular technology in 2008. it was the cell phone, right? 1988 was the start of the transition from analog TV to digital TV.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the digital world taking over the analog world, and it's just this. It's absolutely. If you look at it, to me, I look at it like at a graph, right? You can see it like this is where it happened, and why is it that these points? I mean, there can't be coincidence here. To me, like there's no way that's a coincidence. It's because people became dependent on the internet after that point. They became dependent on cellular technology after that point. They don't have their natural reference of analog memory anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They can't go back and think about the phone numbers they learned when they were a kid, their address they knew when they were a kid because they never learned them.
Smart. No, that's a really good observation of that. You know, so
yeah, it's amazing. You can remember. I still remember phone numbers from 30 years ago, but I don't remember any numbers I've gotten in the last couple of years.
Well, like you were saying about the coincidence, see, everybody who's got a problem with any of this shit, it's the same age demographic that's being affected by that fucking sickness that's going around. So, you know, a bunch of those people, you know, they're thinning the herd on the people that got stake or sweat equity and freedom.
Take out those who remember. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. Didn't we? I ran that piece. If I could remember what I named it, I'll play it right now. It's that piece from that movie from 1984 where the guy says people are bored, and when people get bored, they're easily manipulated, and how people in big cities they say they want to leave New York but they never do, and that's because they're living in a prison they built themselves, and they don't even realize that they're in a prison.
That's not 1984. That's
no. The book's not. No, that's a movie called
With Christopher Lambert with the Panopticon. Yeah, I know the movie we're talking about,
Chris-
right?
Chris-
Yeah.
Christopher Lambert is I can't think of the name of the movie right now.
The Highlander guy. Yeah,
I want to
I'm trying to think
say
of the movie.
I want
I
to
know
call
the
it The Conversation, but I don't think that's what it's called. It's
No,
something.
Conversation's
No, that's a great movie.
73 movie.
Yeah, no, that's a
73?
great movie, but it's like that. It's like it's Dinner with Andre.
Oh, Dinner with Andre. Yeah,
it's
yeah,
Dinner
yeah.
with Andre. That's what it is. I don't remember what I named that fucker though, but I recorded it. It's over here somewhere. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But I'll look for it while you guys are chatting it up. It's not like a play-by-play. I'm opening the folder.
1981 movie, Dinner with Andre, right? 1981.
Yeah, something.
But I just want to go back to what Epic was saying.
Yeah, go back.
Speaking to this Mandela effect, right? Berenstein. I mean, if you don't know the folklore or the lore of it, you haven't been paying attention to the internet. And look, I will tell you one that I'm nailed on, dead sure, right, happened, which was the girl from Moonraker had braces. Was it Lucy's?
Yeah, Dolly. Yeah, absolutely.
Dolly, right? She had braces in that movie, right? Because that was the whole whole point
They locked
of that.
braces at the end. They kissed it when the thing blew up and they're in the water. They kissed and they locked braces at the end of the movie. That's so ridiculous, right? That is something that it didn't supposedly happen because it was the thing that made them compatible.
I very distinctly remember that scene too, and yes, there were braces in that movie.
And so someone please tell me that they've got an old VHS recording of Moonraker.
Well, that was the whole scene.
watched
Like
it at
he
the cinema as a
smiled
kid.
with the braces and she smiled with the braces.
Yeah. Like with the cable car scene, right? That's where they first sort of lock eyes on each other, and he gives her the big steely grin, and then or she, I don't know, whichever way around it is. But the whole point is they've both got metal mouths, right? And in effect, I struggle to wrap my mind around that because it's not there. I've looked. I've looked at the modern Moonrakers, and I've got the whole James Bond collection, right?
And it's not there.
It's not there, man. And the girl, she says it never happened either. And we all remember it. I mean, mostly we all, the people who remember it really remember it. It's not like this is a non-vivid memory. It's a vivid memory, right? And so like to me, it was a Sinbad Genie movie. Like I've seen that movie multiple times. That's what I talked about on the BBC was about that movie. And yeah, there's no question it's a real movie. None, zero. It absolutely is a real movie. I can tell you all about it, right? But it doesn't exist. It never existed. Are you freaking kidding me? It's just like, to me, the best Mandela effects are the ones of things that have disappeared. Like we know they existed at some point and they disappeared. Like that, the Monopoly guys, monocle. You know, I mean, he had a monocle, dude. I used to make fun of the monocle when I was playing the game. You know,
All right.
What the F?
Here,
You know?
listen.
How's that
I
missing?
remember the monocle too.
Listen to this scene from Dinner with Andre. Here you go.
Why do you think that is? I mean, why is that? I mean, is it just because people are lazy today or they're bored? I mean, are we just like bored, spoiled children who've just been lying in the bathtub all day, just playing with their plastic duck, and now they're just thinking, well, what can I do?
Okay, yes. We are bored. We're all bored now. But has it ever occurred to you, Wally, that the process that creates this boredom that we see in the world now may very well be a self-perpetuating, unconscious form of brainwashing created by a world totalitarian government based on money, and that all of this is much more dangerous than one thinks, and it's not just a question of individual survival, Wally, but that somebody who's bored is asleep, and somebody who's asleep will not say no? See, I keep meeting these people. I mean, just a few days ago, I met this man whom I greatly admire. He's a Swedish physicist, Gustav Bjornstrand, and he told me that he no longer watches television, he doesn't read newspapers, and he doesn't read magazines. He's completely cut them out of his life because he really does feel that we're living in some kind of Orwellian nightmare now, and that everything that you hear now contributes to turning you into a robot. And when I was at Findhorn, I met this extraordinary English tree expert who had devoted his life to saving trees. Just got back from Washington, lobbying to save the redwoods. He's 84 years old, and he always travels with a backpack because he never knows where he's going to be tomorrow. And when I met him at Findhorn, he said to me, "Where are you from?" And I said, "New York." He said, "Ah, New York, yes, that's a very interesting place. Do you know a lot of New Yorkers who keep talking about the fact that they want to leave but never do?" And I said, "Oh, yes." And he said, "Why do you think they don't leave?" I gave him different banal theories. He said, "Oh, I don't think it's that way at all." He said, "I think that New York is the new model for the new concentration camp, where the camp has been built by the inmates themselves, and the inmates are the guards, and they have this pride in this thing they've built. They've built their own prison, and so they exist in a state of schizophrenia, where they are both guards and prisoners, and as a result, they no longer have, having been lobotomized, the capacity to leave the prison they've made, or to even see it as a prison." And then he went into his pocket and he took out a seed for a tree and he said, "This is a pine tree." He put it in my hand and he said, "Escape before it's too late."
Escape before it's too late. That's pretty good, eh?
But you don't need to be in the city anymore. That's the point. That's the point now.
That's
it's
right.
Grown.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Dinner with Andre if you guys want to check it out.
I will actually. I pulled another. I had to check if it hadn't been Mandela'd or not, but it was a movie. It's called Le Cabinet, apparently, something like that. French movie. I remember just as a kid because we were talking about the telephone box, and I don't know. I've had a fear of not fear of telephone boxes, but I remember as a kid staying up late watching this French movie called Le Cabinet, where this guy is in the all glass telephone box and then goes in, makes a call, and then can't get out of it. And then, there's a vent in the bottom. It's not like it's, and the whole movie is people coming along and trying to open the door, and they try tying it with cars and everything. And then eventually a crane comes and picks up the telephone booth and puts him on the back and takes him to a big warehouse. The warehouse is just full of telephone booths of people in varying states of decay as their
Hey, you speak French?
Yeah, somewhat. I understand it better than I speak it.
Okay, so there's a movie you must see, and you can see it. I think the whole thing is here. I think it's right here. It says Les Valleys. It might be it because it says 1 hour 59 minutes, so that could be it. But in the meantime, if that's not it, this movie here, I'll play the trailer and then I'll play you this one scene of the Mud Man. It's fucking cool, man. You guys will love this shit. But I would highly recommend this movie. And the soundtrack's done by Pink Floyd. Their album Valley Obscured by Clouds, and that's what this is about. It's about a valley that exists, and there's always fog over the top of it. So no one's ever.
That Mudmen scene is creepy, man.
Yeah. So there's fog over the top of this valley, and so no one knows what's in there. And so it's called the Valley Obscured by Clouds, and so you can go in there by foot. That's the only way you can get in there. And so it's about this woman who is looking for these feathers. She needs these feathers. She's a designer of some kind. She needs feathers. So she's going to go up in the jungles, up into this place, up into the valley obscured by clouds to get these special feathers. So here's the, I'll play the trailer, and then I'll play the Mudmen scene. Here you go. Here's the trailer.
Au cœur de la Nouvelle-Guinée, une des plus grandes îles du monde.
It's subtitled if you're an English speaker.
Aucune route n'y mène. Elles sont inaccessibles.
Je croyais que de nos jours, ça n'existait plus, les terres inconnues. Votre vallée, elle a bien dû être survolée par des avions.
On ne peut pas la voir. Elle est entourée de brume. Elle ne figure pas sur la carte.
Mon avion est en panne à Port Moresby. Pas avant 15 jours.
Je sais pas quoi faire. Mon mari il va être très inquiet, vous comprenez?
See, this is the part where she's asking where she can find these feathers. And this dude's telling her, if you want these feathers, you got to go here. And so this is where she's deciding she's going to go up there. She left her boyfriend behind, too, by the way. That long-haired, hippie-looking dude. He gets along with this girl pretty good. But here you go.
Un jour de retard.
Mais je croyais que vous étiez mariée femme.
Pas du tout, non.
Tu es sûr que tu veux continuer?
Oui.
C'est le dernier poste. Après, c'est l'aventure. Il n'y a plus de route. Il n'y a plus moyen de revenir. C'est inconnu.
Ah oui, je sais.
The memories of a man in his old age are the deeds of a man in his prime. You shuffle in the gloom of this sick room and talk to yourself as you cry. You get your chance to try in the twinkling of an eye.
I just say, man, it is a transformative journey for everybody involved. You can see this. See this? Look at them. Horses, mountains. There's sex. I mean, there's some plant. I don't know what it is. It's got some snot-like material, and they all have some, and then they lay around, get just tripping out in the jungle, and then that's when Mr. Longhair comes over there, Mr. Ponytail, and he finds Babette Stroder tripping out under a tree somewhere, and then so that anyway, it's a good movie. Here, let me let me tell you guys. Let me give you guys the Mudmen scene. Hold on. This scene right here, I actually dreamed about this scene before. This part of this movie. This is, see what happens? She goes and she gets the feather. Okay, she goes to this tribe. She gets these feathers and she goes and she meets this shaman dude. All right, and he gives her this feather, and when he does, he looks at her and he like invades her soul. And then this is what she sees, is these mudmen. Man, that was a good movie, boy. There's a lot of visuals in that movie. Were you able to see? Were you able to see that, Doc?
I was digging it because I had that album and I love the "When You're In" song. The intro right there. It's really good, and there's a couple. I play with a couple of those on guitar actually, but in the chat we're talking about the newest Mandela effect because honestly there hasn't been any Mandela effects since 2019 that are really strong in my opinion, and I moderate the subreddit, right? I mean, it seems like it almost came to an end. I mean, there's been a couple, but it's so rare. I mean, not like a wave like it used to be. And the one that's come up is so I'm going to ask you the question if you haven't been reading the chat. Remember Bewitched, the TV show Bewitched? What did Samantha do when she cast her spells?
She twitched her nose.
Her nose.
Yeah, no, that doesn't happen anymore.
Mm-hmm.
No, that she doesn't twitch her nose. That's not part of the show anymore. She wrinkles her mouth. She moves her mouth around.
Mm-hmm.
There's no twitching in the nose. Dude, come on now.
It could be though. I mean,
no, they're asking in the chat. No, they didn't eat her, and that all happened in a split second. So she looked at that shaman. That shaman looked her in the eye, and then she saw all that, and then snap. And then when she came back there in a second, nothing ever even happened. None of that even happened in the actual scene. That all happened in her head. Just like Amanda.
What can I say?
Yeah.
Weird people, dude. I lived there for a few years.
Well, the Samantha thing, I think we need to address.
No, she definitely twitched her nose. There's not a doubt about that.
Well, because her
kid, is she not using her mouth at the same time?
No, she does. She does. I mean, not as dramatic as it is now, but now it doesn't even twist her nose. Like it's in the intro still, like on the animated intro. But I mean, that was a big thing. To the point where, like, Darren makes a comment a couple times where he moves his nose and his fingers. Is it okay? Right? When she's sick, right? One of the episodes.
What I remember is a bunch of girls trying to do that with their nose in school.
Yeah, me too.
In school.
Yeah. And there's a scene in the show after they have the kid, right? I forget what's her name. But she can't do it, so she moves her finger to do it, and moves her nose, right? So there's all these references to her doing that go along with our memory of her doing it, right? But it doesn't happen anymore. Now the nose doesn't even move at all. It's just her mouth, and that just doesn't sit right with me.
It pales into comparison though to
Dolly's braces. Yeah,
Dolly, man.
Yeah.
That one was nailed on for me. That told me something's going on that we can't.
You know what?
Actually, Epic. About 2 or 3 days ago, somebody brought up the "ew, it smells like fish in here." Like somebody actually PM'd me on it.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about. I remember talking. So you don't know the context. Maybe we did talk about it on the show, but when you were here, but. Rio went to school with the girl who's the little girl in that commercial, and so I recalled the commercial exactly as you described it. The girl comes down the stairs. Ew, it smells like fish in here, right? And wrinkles her nose. Ironically, there's a nose reference again, which is kind of strange. But and then they have the second commercial with Aunt Marge and stuff. But the only commercial you can find now is Aunt Marge spraying her, Pledge or whatever it is. It's not Pledge, but something like that. Some covering kind of odor when she walks into the house. But the thing was, it was this commercial that featured this girl who was pretty popular at the time for all the parents, and remember seeing her back in the 70s, early 80s, right?
85.
Yeah. So. I mean, I totally. When Rio described it, I could describe the commercial exactly. I mean, exactly how she came downstairs. The whole thing. That commercial doesn't exist. You can't find it anywhere.
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something that never existed. Is there was a movie that Dennis Hopper made after he did Easy Rider, and it was called The Last Movie. And he went insane when he was doing it. He ran out of money, and he fucking borrowed money off the mob to finish making it because he was snorting blow out in New Mexico. He literally fucking went insane when he was making this movie. He went off the deep end, and until just now, I've never typed in The Last Movie on the internet, until just now. And it says here, listen to this. Dennis Hopper's radical, much mythologicalized lost masterpiece, widely unseen for nearly 50 years until now. You guys ready to see the trailer for Dennis Hopper's last movie?
Oh yeah, right on.
So the premise of this,
Bring it on.
yeah, the premise of this movie is he made this, and it was that somebody went into a jungle and made a movie, like kind of like Apocalypse Now. They went in the jungle and they made a movie, and then the natives worshipped the cameras, and they made cameras out of bamboo and shit. That's what I know about it. So let's find out what the trailer says. Here we go.
Spaces between spaces and lines between lines. She stands in the doorway beyond space and time.
His body should hit right about in here.
I prefer your condemnation to your sucking sympathy.
I want it legitimate and different and better than it's ever been done. When I squeeze off a couple of shots at you, you take it, hit it, and hit it hard. I want balls when you die. All right, let's roll them. All right? Action.
Hold it. And she picks the flowers.
He don't look like he's in a jungle, does he?
No.
Because I read about this movie in an article about Dennis Hopper's life. And they talked about when he went insane making this movie in the jungle. This don't look like it's in a jungle to me. And they talked about how he was so crazed that he climbed out of the emergency door on the airplane, onto the wing of the airplane when the cast was flying out of this, from making this movie. But it doesn't look like it, maybe all that happened, but it doesn't look like the premise of the movie is how I described it.
Raining, and she says she loves me, and you know I can't complain.
4-6 Charlie, take 3. White? No. Come closer. Please.
Oh yeah, here we go. Maybe it is that they're making the Western somewhere, and then that's when this whole thing happens. There you go. Here it is.
Ha venido aquí a robarse los set de nosotros.
And movies have bring here violence, and I don't like it.
Hollywood.
Podemos hacerlo de luego.
Done, Hollywood.
So the money that he borrowed to finish making this movie, he borrowed from the mob, and then he was still in debt to the mob, and so he pretended he knew these guys that would blow themselves up with dynamite. And you know, there's a certain amount of dynamite you could use to blow yourself up, but it doesn't kill you. And so he went and blew himself up to pretend like he was dead, so the mob wouldn't come after him for this money. And then Sean Penn resurrected him and got him back in the business or whatever, and he got clean and sober. Look at the list of people in this movie: Dennis Hopper, Stella Garcia, Don Gordon, Peter Fonda, Sam Fuller, Chris Christopherson, Michelle Phillips, Dean Stockwell, Russ Tamblyn, Julie Adams, Thomas Millan, Daniel Aids. So that's out there if you want to see it. I'm definitely going to try to take a look at that for sure.
Well, there's so many of these, there's so many of these things that people say never existed that turn out, of course they existed, and it's just hidden. Like this movie we're talking about right now. I mean, this is a Sinbad Genie movie is the same thing. That's not really a Mandela effect to me. There's no question to me it existed. So it's not a mystery to me. Like to people who just remember it vaguely, it's like, well, okay, yeah, maybe I just misremembered something or whatever. No, I didn't. So I know it existed, just like you remember this
Hopper.
Hopper. Dennis, I was going to say Hoffman because Abby Hoffman was in my mind for a minute. But so there's no question it was there. So why is it a mystery to think that movies could be hidden? Because they can be. They were, right? Movies were buried. There still are movies that are buried to this day.
This movie was buried. They told him "fuck you" because he went crazy, man. The studio because
exactly.
He had the success of Easy Rider, so they said, okay, hey, he wanted to make a movie, and they go, okay, hey, make this movie. And then he went and fucking went crazy. He shot the movie, and then he went and like holed up in like New Mexico snorting blow. So the studio just didn't promote the movie at all when he was done. So he didn't make the money back. That's why he still owed the mob the money. Because the studio folks said, fuck you, and put it in the back shelf or whatever. They didn't promote it.
Right. And with the Sinbad Genie movie, what I found was Neil C. Bloom, and there's mob ties all around it, and that's exactly why we don't know that movie today, right? I mean, it all ties into this, again, this interesting mob tie again. And you're talking about, at a time when he could make movies disappear, when people laundered money through movies. I mean, Dino De Laurentiis, come on, man. I mean, sorry, I won't get thrown in jail or sued for saying that, but I mean, come on, man. I mean, there's a guy that absolutely seems to have been a money launderer, or if not him, people around him, for what better way to the movie Get Shorty is about that, with John Travolta, about laundering mob money through movies, right? So they don't make movies like that, out of the clean air, so to speak, out of the clear blue. They make it because something like that's going on.
What did I mean? What did he say? What did he say? And then he'd smack somebody in the face. It's like he said something to this guy. I can't remember what it was, but John Travolta said something to this guy, and then he punched him in the face. And then that guy kept saying it to people and punching him in the face after that. I can't remember what it was.
Right. No, it's actually pretty.
There was some funny shit in that movie, man. Hey,
well, because they're talking about people like Cronenberg. Cronenberg is the character that's Gene Hackman, right? And there's people you can start piecing together who the people in the movie are. You know what I mean? So it's kind of.
Let's listen to a couple minutes of this here. Hang on a second, Epic. Let's listen to this here.
Seeable for many years. Universal refused to distribute it, and Dennis had to sort of struggle to get the rights back. Eventually, they split the film in two, and they made Dennis's version, and Universal cut their own version, which is called Chinchero, which supposedly plays on television from time to time. Dennis showed me a VHS of the last movie in his house, and I was most impressed by this film. And over the years, people would get in touch with me, like Japanese distributors would get in touch with me and say, "Hey, what's going on with the last movie? Can we just?"
It's non-linear too. That's what the studio didn't like about it. It's like Pulp Fiction, in the sense that it was a non-linear movie, and that was one of the things they didn't like about it. They're like, people can't understand it. They don't like it.
The world wasn't ready yet.
No. Yeah, no, really, it wasn't. But, I mean, I don't know. The reason I know so much about Dennis Hopper is because I was cast in a movie to play Dennis Hopper. So I had to fucking learn everything about Dennis Hopper's life. I even moved to Venice, California. I lived like a quarter mile from Dennis Hopper. My buddy lived pretty much across the street from him.
Yeah, I want to update what I said about Cronenberg. It's not Cronenberg, it's actually Roger Corman, so I meant to say. Roger Corman. So Gene Hackman character is Roger Corman. And Roger Corman is one of the main suspects also. And I'm pretty sure it's Noel C. Bloom for that Sinbad movie, but the other character is Roger Corman. And so the Get Shorty connection in this, about where they portray that. I mean, it absolutely has these mob ties, and movies always have. Always have. Going back to the original silent movies, So Yeah, I think that there's a lot to that, and so when people think like how a movie could disappear, there are logical reasons like that. What's happening with Dolly and her braces, or lines changing that are so profoundly known by everybody, like Houston, we have a problem, changing and changing back and forth again. How do those happen? Or the Back to the Future band, those things shouldn't be subject to change, right? And why would you change them? Why would you change them? That's to me, like, why would you change them?
It falls into the simulation argument, right? That I guess if I was to steel man it, that maybe they're dropping clues to make you realize that perhaps this is some temporary game, right? That we're all in the celestial chamber, all looking down on the realm of Earth, and that disembodied state where you go where stuff dreams are made of. I don't know, but maybe you have to have that as part of your life trip, if you like, the metaphysics playing out, that it has to be sort of dropped in. How it's the concrete reality that you think it is more ephemeral and can be changed as such, and with so in effect, don't fear the end, as it were, because then what is the end? And I don't know, I try and sort of wrap it up in those terms.
Yeah. So maybe the idea of we almost like a university program is what you're describing. Like, it's one of the things you have to have in Psychology 101. Oh, it's quantum physics 101. Like, basically, but it's not quantum physics; it's quantum metaphysics. We are tangential, right? We're coordinates in space. We're not in time at all. We're not subject to all these things. It's something that we are anchored to because of our station in life that we just happen to be anchored to. But potentially, all these parallel dimensions really do exist all around us, and it's just a reminder that we're that close, right? That it only takes a little bit of a nudge to put you in this other parallel. That it's right there. It's exactly the same almost, except for one or two small things, right? So that's the concept of quantum immortality. Like, the people who think they died that day when they like in my case, I call it air centra, where my car went going at 100 miles an hour off the the cliff and on the way to Las Vegas, and flew a couple hundred feet through the air, and I should have died. Maybe I did die that day, right? So but instead of dying and just having a really bruised foot from trying to slam the brakes on in the midair and hitting the ground, and being amazed I was alive, actually like touching myself as I got out of the car, like, what? Am I here? You know what I mean? That in reality, on that particular plane of existence, maybe I did die, right? But I went to the next one adjacent that's almost exactly the same, except for one minor thing. I didn't make that right turn. Well, in this case, it wasn't a right turn. There's stuff around that. But so is it a reminder of something bigger in the cosmos? Like, is it a reminder? Like, if you think about life's journey being something like you are learning about a bigger, being part of this big whole. By whole, I mean whole, WHOLE, of the universe, and that at points along the way, you have to know there's a hand beyond yours there, right? And it's just one of those points where it's like, okay, for that moment, and maybe beyond that moment, we experience a different view of reality because our reality has changed. Is it so far-fetched? I don't know if it is. Like I think it might not be that far-fetched.
So this is why I get umbrage at the thought of calling it a simulation, right? Because if that mechanism exists, right, that you're on this, I don't know, we likened it to vinyl, right, and the needle will skip and drop you further along or further back, etc. If there's a sort of catastrophic event that occurs, something, I don't know, your consciousness splinters because you just took one tab too many. How to call it a simulation is to negate its mystery, if you like. And that, if there's one thing that I've had to accept, is that one, the science will never give you all the answers, and there is a majesty to the universe that's beyond measure, as it were, because there's always a subjective component in what beauty is, etc. But there's the order aspect as well. So and making these leaps, that, well, one, to accept that there could be this guiding consciousness that's interested in what you're doing. It's interested in what everyone's doing, because it has to have all those experiences to sort of run the whole the whole probabilities of experience available to man. That you get into very metaphysical, scary territory, and you realize that your body is weak and decaying day by day, right? And this is why I try to sort of labor the point about the transhumanistic ideal of living to 150. It's an insane one. That's one where they do have to depopulate, because you can't have these people living that long. We can't have people living that long, because then what about children? You put children off to a point in life where you just decide to have one. I don't know. There's something
resource management, right? Yeah, it's resource management at that point. Like you're denying the resources to your offspring by extending your life beyond its natural course. I mean, because Earth is only so big, and it can only sustain so many people. And I think, like to me, like the simulation thing. I'm with you. I don't think we live in a simulation at all. I think we are in base reality. Our reality is our base reality. Now, does that base reality move? Do we go to different parallel realities? That's possible. I think it is. But are we are we just some computer manipulated simulation by an advanced civilization that we can't comprehend? No, I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that for a second. Because there's too many things that have profound influence on us and give us that sense of oneness with nature and the universe that would not be achieved through a simulation. In other words, if it was a simulation, part of you, I can't help but think, well, this may be the best analogy. I just thought of it a second. Is in VR. I'm in VR right now. I'm doing this show from VR. So when I'm in VR for a long time, you know what I end up wanting? I want to be in reality. In other words, I realize the differences between being in the simulated world and being in a real world, and so it makes me appreciate the real world more, actually, and think of it in the context of how much more sensory input is really in the real world as opposed to what the limited sensory input is in the virtual one. And so I think if we were in a simulation, no matter how good it might be, part of us, which we call our soul, spirit, whatever, would recognize that. Like it's just a subconscious thing. We'd realize that we're not quite right. Like it'd be like the line from the Matrix where there's something wrong with the world, Neo. You know what I mean? You always had that sensation. And I don't think all of us have that. I don't think it resonates with us because the world's effed up in some ways and it makes it a good movie script. But I don't think that most of us really have that true sensation of like we're not really real, because that would be what being a simulation eventually would degrade to. You'd realize the movie 13th Floor is the one that does a simulation one of the best, I think. It's kind of a not cheesy, but low budget.
It came before the Matrix, right? And he runs up to the edge of the program, and it starts to
it's all wireframe models.
Yeah.
And they sent the girl in to rescue him because he became conscious in a simulation, right? That was kind of the plot. Is that the girl is not really there physically; she's there virtually, and she's there to because they didn't realize that their simulation had reached consciousness, almost like an AI becoming a general AI. At some point, if that ever happened, if the AI became self-aware. Well, first of all, we're totally screwed if that happens. That's a whole big subject there. We're totally screwed if that ever happens. But maybe not. You never know. Maybe they'll be benign at some point. I just think things that we've seen so far seem to.
Well, I'm a big believer in sort of Gödel's incompleteness theorem with respect to computation, and if anything like that, we reach that stage. I think that it would be more symbiotic, right? The silicon would understand that it needs the biological, in the sense that the biological has to have a grounding in some spiritual aspect to its existence. So you don't become the NPC character engaged in, repetitive, mind-crushing non-existence, right? And sometimes I look at people that way and I realize, okay, I'm not living their lives. I don't know what their who they really know and what have you. But I see, especially here in Japan, where you see them packing onto trains and the how strict they are with respect to this idea of work is life, and they have a high suicide rate because of it. Right? That there's a human aspect to it that screams out to the point where, look, in Japan, so many people throw themselves in front of trains as a way to, they got rid of the guns and what have you. And the only thing left is a rope and a walk into Agokigai Forest, or jump in front of a train. And the jumping in front of a train was such a common thing that now, if your relative does it, the family gets charged for the damage to the train. And also,
so it's not laughable, but it is kind of. So it's disillusionment, right? Like, it's disillusionment. So, and I think that word is underrated. I think that. So that is the theme of the Matrix and in the 13th Floor and all these things is disillusionment. In other words, the idea that you see beyond what we think our reality is, and maybe don't like what it is, right? So, but I think disillusionment is more positive than that. Like if you're disillusioned, it should be to make you see, in my opinion, that you're a much more spiritually based creature that is involved in so many levels beyond our understanding, that life is more important, than what you. To me, disillusionment means that it's almost like being enlightened. You realize that you're bigger than that. But to a lot of people, it isn't. Apparently, to a lot of people, it gets rounded down to the lowest common denominator, which is, well, I'm nothing but a cog in the wheel. Yeah, in materialism. And man, that's so sad. I mean, I'm so fortunate, I guess, that I've experienced the opposite, But to people who get to that point, I mean, that kind of depression, to realize that it's in the Bible, right? It is in the Bible. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. The Song of Solomon, right? Where it's this whole idea that everything doesn't mean anything. It's just it's Solomon going off on a rant. The original rapper there in the Song of Solomon, and it's very sexual, by the way, as well. If people haven't read it, I mean, it's like I'm surprised it's in the Bible in a way, but it needs to be there because it is showing that aspect of human nature. Like, it is showing that this disillusionment aspect of, I think everybody at some point in life is going to go through. I mean, I think they are. I mean, how would you not? Like, it's just there's a point where, what's it all for, right? And that is like in every religion. It's not just Christianity. It's not just Judaism where that came from. It's in every religion. It's every inward-looking, answer-driven religion. They're looking for, well, what is the purpose of our life on this earth? And if you come to that conclusion, well, and you don't find an answer, well, why wouldn't these people think, well, I'm just going to walk in front of the train? I think it's profoundly sad, because I think there's so much more to it. But yeah, I can understand it. I won't say I can relate to it. I can understand why people get there. Understanding doesn't make it right. Like understanding how to.
Hey,
go ahead.
Ever since I made that comment about Epstein, it's like my chat over here on my YouTube channel. I type it in and I can't see the letters. Like, it takes 30 seconds for the first letter to even appear. And then they come in like one at a time, and then when I hit enter, it doesn't go in the chat for like 30 seconds. And there's like some huge delay too. There's like about a 5-minute delay on YouTube too. So, because I can see the video, And I know how long ago it was, and I could see that it's man, there's like a major delay on my video on my YouTube channel, which is trippy.
That's the bowl, dude.
Huh?
It's the bowl. It's time dilation. You hit the bowl and then
No. I mean, it's just one of these things, you know. It happens sometimes. Like I don't know if you notice, anytime you just working on your machine and all of a sudden your mouse starts getting weird, starts acting funny, like that.
Yeah, I've got one right now, and I'm hoping GPU.
It's because you're on. It's because you're on a call with me.
No, it's been going on for since doing the experiments with the vaccines, and so there's a computer still has quantum processes in it. It might not be a quote unquote quantum computer, but there's quantum processes underlying the architecture of the PC. And I've always said this, that when you're getting close to the edge of the boundary of knowledge, you would find this in the lab often, that the obstacles would kind of stack up. Little things would get in your way, and so you sort of try to work out where they're coming from, where's the failure points that cause, that you need to get this particular data point out, and how much, and the question then becomes, so how much of that is just my mind messing with stuff? I don't know, what's some sort of anxiety or excitement? I don't know. There's something physiologically is causing a perturbance in the force, as it were, and you get these little
interference pattern. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And look, man, it's I don't know. It's been a few weeks since I did those streams, right? And the I say for that PC, which had been solid as a rock, to just go black screen. It took an update from Bill Gates, just boom, black screened on me, and the nippy little things. I've had to get a new soundboard, I brought a new hard drive, and shout out to Noah as well if you're listening. Thank you very much for the help with that. Very, very much appreciated. It's nice to wake up to that this morning. But these compounding synchronicities, if you like, which I don't know, again, you're in these ruts, these metaphysical ruts with respect to your psychology and your interactions, and it's tough to break out of them, right? It requires a degree of energy and thought and conscious attention to make sure that you're, I don't know, right? So maybe it's like a vinyl analogy, but you're on albums, right? Or it's an album LP rather than like your single track disc. And then, you can either keep doing the same type of song again and again and again, or you have to at some point you have to get over to the next state, if you like, the energy state. And it takes effort to do that. And is that what you're seeing manifest in your reality around you? I don't know, but yeah, interference pattern's a good one.
I think that this is like the greatness of our minds being able to meet up in cyberspace. Like so there's a lot of bad things that happen out of this because of disinformation, misinformation, social contagions and things like that we've talked about on the show that are something that wasn't factored into the equation. Like, people didn't imagine that something would go, they use the term viral, but in a bad way, and mess with society. Like something could be, a tweet on Twitter can just become this horrible weapon, right? Or the things that Cambridge Analytica did. I mean, these are bad things, but the good thing is, like, people can actually talk like we're talking tonight, and talk about things that are sometimes often profound, and meet up and put it out there in a way that other people can listen to. Like, you're getting to hear this. Jimmy brought up that Dinner with Andre movie, Well, tonight's episode of Into the Microcosm is Dinner with Andre. We're having this incredible conversation that people are getting listened to, and it wouldn't be possible without this technology. So in a way, it's a two-edged. We use that analogy way too often, a two-edged sword, but it really is. Like we have this ability to do something like this that really can benefit society, and on the other side of it, it can do so much damage if it's misused. And I just don't know how we're going to stop the misuse part of it. Because
that's an existential question, and it comes with the territory almost. And I, as you were sort of saying, but this amazing conversation, and I think about the stages of growth and development, right? So you think about childhood years. Hopefully, God willing, you have a sort of non-traumatic childhood per se, and and then you develop. You have to start the metaphysical journey, right? And whatever begins the first snowflake to cause the avalanche, as it were, and you can that can sort of creep up on you, or I don't know. The thing that did it for me was early exposure to psychedelics, and in that time and space, there was no internet to find anything out about psychedelics. You had to go to libraries to find these books, and then I would take the time. And I remember getting a copy of Hoffer and Osmond's The Hallucinogens, with all the experiments they did in Saskatchewan. And as a teenager who flunked out of school, because of that experience of suddenly realizing, oh, God damn it, there's something more to reality that my brain doesn't see most of the time. And in a sense, like, your first trip is always the best trip, right? Because you don't know what to expect, and it's sort of, hopefully you have a good one. And there's, I know plenty of people who didn't. And the amount of people I said, like, oh yeah, you want to be doing this, it's great, and they got fucked up with it, right? And there's
I did it a bunch, but there was the last time that I did it, when I woke up the next day, I knew I wasn't the same person. And I never did it again. I didn't have a I didn't have a bad trip per se, like nothing bad happened, there was no bad thing. But I ended up, I slept the whole night that night out on this balcony, and there was, but I mean, it was just, this whole thing happened with this pot pie. They were cooking a pot pie in the oven, and it was like electric oven, and they were pulling it out, and then the pot pie like fucking fell upside down on the burner, and fucking caught on fire and shit. There was all the smoke. But anyway, the point is that when I woke up the next day, though, I knew I wasn't the same person now. So it does, it has an effect on you sometimes in a way that, sometimes you can't, necessarily come back from, I mean, you go through change.
Unpredictable.
I'm just tripping from a. I gotta play scientist for a second. So you had the trauma of the pot pie catching on fire, right? So there's a visual aspect to that, an aspect of the heightened awareness of hallucinogens, with the olfactory sense of the burning of the pot pie, singeing your nostrils and having this olfactory sensation that probably lingered with you beyond the actual trip. Like, it's still in your sensory mechanisms in your brain when you woke up, right? And so now the whole thing's like, oh fuck.
I still remember this. I still remember this one thing that happened where there's like 4 of us there, and one dude left, and it was just me and 2 of my friends, and one of my friends' name was Pierre Tronic, and he was fucking smoking a cigarette, and my other buddy, he was standing there, and he was in his shorts, like, swimming trunks, and Pierre Tronic goes, I'm standing there, and Pierre Tronic, he was smoking a cigarette, and he goes, I think I'm done with this cigarette now, and he just put the cigarette out right on my friend's fucking pecker, like through his shorts. He just put the cigarette out, man, on my friend, and I mean, dude, I swear to God, I was laughing so hard, it was So funny, man. This other time I was on acid and we were going to a party over at Stanford, a frat party, and I was with my buddy.
At Stanford, just gonna point that out.
Yeah, I was with my buddy. I was with my buddy Lee, and he was this martial artist. He's a black dude, and he didn't go to Stanford, and neither did I. But I worked at Stanford at the lecture notes department. You know, so it was where it was back in the day. This is before computers, right? So they would have these fucking people that would go sit in lectures and take notes, and then they'd bring them back to this little service, and I would take them and mimeograph that shit, and people would subscribe to the different classes. They'd never go to class. So like most of your doctors never went to Stanford for the most part. They were buying lecture notes. But anyway, the point is I knew a bunch of people that were going to Stanford because I worked at that place, so I would get invited to all these parties. So I got invited to this frat party. So I got my buddies over there, and we were going to all go over there. So we took some acid, and we headed over there. And I was hanging with my buddy. He had this, it was a Mustang, 65 Mustang. I think it had like a 302 Boss in it. And we pulled up to this light, and he realized that he needed to be on the left turn lane, you know? And we were up at the stoplight. And I was just starting to come onto the acid, man, and he fucking hit the gas and spun the tires. He had these big slicks on the back. The tires like smoked and shit. There was smoke going everywhere, and he just went and just like swooped behind this car, man. And I was laughing my ass off. We were with this other dude. We got to the Stanford party. And you had to have a room key to get into the party. You had to show your Stanford key or whatever. And I had one. And this one guy that we were with, he didn't have one. He wasn't with us when we walked up to the door. He didn't know he was going to need a key. Me and this other Lee guy got in, but the other guy didn't. And so we're in the party, and me and Lee, we're in there for like 45 minutes, an hour. We're tripping on us, and we decided to go out on the back deck and have a smoke. And I go out on the back deck, and we're standing there, and I'm having this smoke, and I look, and I see this fucking guy that we came there with, and it's Stanford, right? So it's a bunch of rural trees and shit. And I see the dude he's like sneaking out in the backyard of this place, like tree to tree, like trying to sneak in. He got in eventually. But man, no, that one, the spinning of the tires and the backing up right behind that car, I still remember that shit like it was like it happened yesterday. It was literally like something you'd see in a movie. It was crazy, man. Absolutely.
We're talking about imprinting, though, right? Like these are memorable because they're not necessarily all dramatic, but they're dramatic. You know what I mean?
Well, I just remembered the guy I'm telling you about with the Mustang. Check this out. He went to a Porsche dealership, fucking parked his car 3 blocks away, got in on a Porsche Targa 911, went on a test drive, went up the mountains, and kicked the fucking salesman out of the car and stole the fucking 911. And they would steal them, and then they would sell them, and they would just put them on these ships and send them right over to fucking Dubai or whatever. So, but he left his car 3 blocks away from the dealership. He went back to get his car, and they fucking got his ass and arrested him, threw him in prison. He told the guy.
Now that's a bad trip.
He told the guy to get there. He told the guy to get out. He told the guy to get out. That guy was a badass too. He was a badass black dude. Martial artist. He taught martial arts. I think he fought a lot of that Kenpo shit, Kenpo karate stuff, Japanese killing techniques. I think.
Yeah, I'm just about to sign my boys up for that actually.
Yeah.
So.
All right, well let's get out of here. Time to go.
Right on. Well, make sure your trips are good ones. And like I said, I gave up just like Jimmy did. I think probably could do a show someday about when the last time you did psychedelics was, or at least LSD. I don't do LSD today, obviously, but I did, and I really was like that searching yogi kind of guy, not the hey boo boo, yogi kind of guy. That the actual trying to learn something about the cosmos and nature of life, and. It's just one of these things that It can be so good, it can be so bad, but when it's good, it's really good.
Did you ever
and it's bad,
smoke?
it's really
Did
bad.
you ever smoke angel dust?
Not on purpose.
I did, on purpose. That shit fucked me up, man. Everything seemed like it was in slow motion. Like I went to 7-Eleven, and you know how they all have that orange floor, that orange floor with the anyways, I stepped in there and I was just like, fuck. It felt like I stepped into this thing up to my knee, and everything was like super slow mo. I mean, I didn't like it at all. The people that I was with, because I only took like one hit of it, you know what I mean? Because I talked to a bunch of people before I did it, and I was only like 15 years old or whatever when I did this or whatever. But the people that I was with, they were like in their 20s or whatever, and the one dude like fucking totally smoked the whole thing down like the joint. He's like sitting there. He's just smoking it down, That dude was literally, he was crawling all over the apartment on his hands and knees, and he was feeling everything, man. He was fucking feeling the couch. He was feeling the floor. He was feeling the carpet. We even went to, that night, we got in a car, drove somewhere, and went to a club, believe it or not. Seriously. I can't see why, I mean, I'm telling you right now, man, that shit fucked me up. I didn't feel different the next day from that, though.
Well, no, you're like the lion that got thrown in the cage after getting shot on the Serengeti plane on his way to the zoo. Because that's animal tranquilizer, right? I mean,
Exactly.
that's what it is. I mean, it's where's what's his face from Wild Kingdom? I'll sit here safe in the helicopter.
I was a fuck, dude. Let me tell you, man. I was a fucking maniac before I got clean and sober, man. And I got clean and sober when I was 24. What?
The guy's name's Jim Fowler.
Yeah.
From Wild Kingdom.
Yeah, Wild Kingdom. Yeah, I was 20. I was like 24 when I got sober. So, I mean, but believe me, I did by the time I was 24, man, I did enough to choke a horse and then some. I mean, I got busted for drunk driving, and I think I blew a 2.8. And when I got arrested, the reason I got caught was because I was fucking. It was me and my guitar player and this girl that I knew from up in San Francisco. We went up there and we were driving back down to Palo Alto from San Francisco, and we were coming out of San Francisco, and we were really fucking drunk, and I was snorting coke off my glove compartment as I was driving down the freeway going like 60 miles an hour. And so I went here's my hand on the wheel, and I'm snorting coke, like leaning over. Imagine you're in the driver's seat, you're leaning over into the passenger seat to the fucking glove compartment in a fucking Chevy, 72 Chevy Malibu is what I had. And I was just drifting across the whole freeway, dude. My hand was up here, but I was just going, and then I came back up after I snorted the line, and then I looked back and there was fucking lights behind me. And I got arrested and thrown in jail in San Francisco. Went to the 3rd Street jail. Trust me, you never want to go to the 3rd Street jail in San Francisco. But I was drunk, They let me out the next day, and but that ended up turning into something that was harsh because they wanted me to come up there and get my driver's license stamped restricted. And I was working on the road with the rock band at the time. Like I was the keyboard roadie for a band that was traveling, and so I didn't come back to get my driver's license stamped, and I just forgot about it and just kept going with my life. And then eventually they caught me, and then when they did, they fucking took me everywhere. I had a warrant, which was everywhere because I drove around. Drove fast. I had cars and shit. So they took me once they arrested me. They took me around to every county where I had tickets and I failure to appear, and they fucking put me in front of the judge everywhere. And then eventually, after they took me everywhere, where I ended up was in the reason that I got arrested because the judge in San Francisco, he doesn't like people who fail to appear, so he put a no bail warrant on me, which meant there's no amount of money that could have bailed me out. And because I had that on me, I was a fucking high security prisoner, which meant that I had fucking wrist cuffs and fucking ankle chains on everywhere I went. And they fucking, when I was in this one place, I was literally in a cell that was like 3x3 in this cell because of that designation of the no bail warrant. So he really, he taught me a lesson. I never failed to appear again after that. But I mean, I could tell you guys what happened. I'm not gonna do it now, but we could do it some other time. But the shit that happened in that jail when that happened to me, literally unbelievable, man. Saw some shit you guys fucking wouldn't even believe, man. Literally, you wouldn't believe it. I'll tell you one thing before we go. And this was back in the day, right? So back in the 80s or whatever. People really weren't hip to the gay lifestyle. It's not like you could walk down the street and go, "Hey, there's a gay guy." It wasn't on TV everywhere. People were still in the closet and shit. So I mean, if you didn't know about it, you didn't know about it. So I mean, I didn't know anything about transvestites or people that were, cross-dressing or this whole trip. I didn't know anything about any of that. So I'm sitting there and they're bringing me into this jail in San Francisco. I'm walking down the hall and I look over and I'm thinking to myself, because I'm looking in this cell and it's filled with girls. And I'm thinking to myself, fuck, man. They got women right across the hall? I swear to God, man. No, I mean, that's, I was just a young dude, man. I didn't know anything. I didn't know what. I had no idea. Anyway. I don't know
it's
how.
A trap.
I don't know how I went down this road, but I had long hair too. See, at the time, I had fucking hair down the middle of my back or whatever, kind of like I do now. Back then,
Jimmy always had long hair, man.
pretty much, except for
no, seriously.
except when I had my company and I, was doing telecom. I fucking had super high. I was high and tight, man. I had to fit in. I had to put the costume on. All right.
But then there's a reason for that, right? You have to go. You have to experience that world. Right?
Yeah.
The conforming to, because otherwise everything would be fucking chaos. I want my telecoms to work.
Yeah.
I don't care what you do outside your job, but at least show me you can make the effort to.
You want to
make
hear? Yeah, no, you definitely would have hired me. I have my shit together. I still do. But I just fucking can't do it anymore, man. I mean, I just can't do it anymore. I just don't want to talk to nobody anymore. You ever see that movie? You ever see that movie?
I don't know why it's funny to me, but it is.
Well, no, you ever see that movie Say Anything? Because there's a part where John Cusack and he's trying to meet that girl's dad or whatever. And then he goes, "So what are you going to do with the rest of your life?" And he goes, "I don't know, sir. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to produce anything. I don't want to produce anything I don't want to sell anything. I don't want to produce anything. I don't want to sell anything that's produced. I don't want to produce anything that needs to be sold." That's what I want to do, man. I don't want to do anything anymore. I don't want to fucking sell anything to anybody. You know what I mean? I don't want to fucking talk to nobody.
Well, you're in that beast system then, right? That's the new economy that's coming, right? So there's got to be a new Jimmy out there that's got to sell the next iteration.
I'm the last.
Tech. They need that tech.
I'm the last
smuggling those kids.
I'm the last generation of dudes that knows how to do the old phone system. So the old phone systems that the Matrix worked on. The reason those work is because they were set to work no matter what. So if the power goes out, they were set to work even if the power went out. Right. So I mean, you can even still get electricity off phone lines. It's possible to get them. There used to be a ring voltage. It was like 15 volts. So it used to take 15 volts to ring a phone. The bells inside of a phone, the actual handset. So what now? Everybody's got voice over IP. It looks just like the old phone. The only difference is when the power goes out, you're fucked. You got no internet, you got no phone. That's why the Matrix worked. That's why the phone system in the Matrix is there. Why those wires are there. The modem. The 56K modem over the old phone lines. you know, because they still work, you know. So, but now, if you want a hard line now, over here, like where I live, we had, because I know that, obviously, I would have a hard line, you know. And we had one for a long time, but they started charging like $80 a month for it, even if you didn't make a call. And it's really hard to get one. It's like they fucking really give you a hard time.
Yeah.
So
it's odd how it changes, but
yeah. So nobody knows how to do it. I mean, I used to go into a high rise in San Francisco. I've never been in this fucking high rise in my life. There's 50 floors in there, and some dude would need a phone number on his desk on the 37th floor, and I'd have to go in the basement of that fucker and make it ring on his desk. You know what I'm saying? So it means it's like, you know where the dial tone is, and you got to sit there and run these two little wires, these cross connects everywhere. You run a cross connect over to the wire that's going up into the vertical. You know what I mean? Then once you're on that wire, you find the wire where his phone goes to his desk, and then you cross connect to that wire. That's why they used to have to get a warrant to top your phone line, because they had to physically go and do a cross connect, like I'm telling you. What they do is they do a cross connect, it's called a T-top, where they just they do a T-top where they bring a T out of each side of the pair, and then they can just run a recorder or a listening device off of that. But they don't need that now with voice over IP at all, because there's just no physical connection that has to be made. So they can do it from anywhere.
It's kind of funny that I've kind of dragging this out, but the telephone numbers now that it's all voice over internet, but like they literally batch numbers, right? So if you want to get onto Twitter now, you've got to have what would be a registered mobile number that's with a company, and they know all these numbers, right, by the batches that they do them in. So even if you've got something like Skype, right, and you can pay for the line and you get messaging on that line, they still know that it's out of range, that they won't allow you to use that to register your account on Twitter, right? And everything's going to that, right? That you must have, it must be tied into your device, your cell phone.
Yeah.
And when everyone told you that you could take your number with you, you could transfer your number, and everyone was like, "Woo!" Everyone just walked into that fucker.
Yeah, totally.
It's the mark of the beast. Here you go. Yeah, totally. I mean, that's what I'm never going to understand how this is a good thing to people. So hey, yeah, I could take your address with you wherever you go, your phone address, right? Your number, wherever you go, and cross-platform it. Your identifying number. No, man, that's not good. That's not good. No.
Come on, let's get out. Let's get out of here, man. We gotta go.
All right, sounds good, man.
The sun's.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Hey, thank you.
Glad I came off clean.
Yeah, well, I'm glad
you came off good. No, they did it to me and Jimmy. Rio played us all three back actually on an episode. Well, came out good. So
I'm glad. I'm glad that you came by and you hung out for it. I think it was a good show. People really seem to enjoy it. So.
There was a couple times too, but that guy came across. That was clean. Man.
The snake in the grass thing, man. I was just like, that's a cherry on the top there. The snake crawling in the grass.
Yeah, that's too much, man. All right, you guys, let's head out, man. I'm about to drop.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Stay easy.
thank you.
Thanks, Doc.